We are doing it live. Welcome, everyone, to the 2017 USAC Sport and Speed National Championships. We are here at Movement Climbing and Fitness in Denver, Colorado for tonight's qualifying round. Brian, a video presentation of somebody climbing the route, and then they'll also be able to watch their other fellow competitors climb as well. So you'll probably see some of the other climbers wandering around on the floor.
That's right. Yeah, we actually made our own videos for these routes yesterday, but for some reason they're actually choosing to watch people who completed them.
It's not an aid climbing comp, it turns out. So
That's right.
About to get underway with our first competitors here. The climbers are climbing in two groups, basically, and they'll start on either Route A or Route B, and then they will switch to the opposite route that they have not done later on in the evening here.
Looks like men on the right and women are climbing on the left. So women's A and B are there on the left.
A is on the left, B is on the right in both cases.
Boom.
So on the left-hand side of your screen there, climbing for the women on Route A is Audrey Snezek, and on the right for the women is Mimi Nissan, climbing on Route B. Just waiting their final instructions. And out there for the men on Route A is going to be Thomas Pitzel, and Route B is going to be Skylar Smith. Getting things started for us on men's Route B.
Audrey is definitely one of the most experienced competitors on the wall right now. She has been climbing for 22 years.
I was looking at a rundown of the ages for everybody, and there are not too many people past the age of 29 in this competition. Really not too many past the age of like 25.
That's right.
There's a lot of young kids out there.
Yeah, it was funny last year at Sport Nationals, Michaela Kirsch, who got third place, she was the third oldest also, and she was only 21.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Yeah, she was the oldest that made finals.
That's right. Yep.
So basically, the higher you get, the better you do. There's not really much trickery to this scoring. It's pretty simple.
Got a low fall there by Miriam Neeson.
Thomas and Skylar climbing side by side here on the right side of the wall. Getting close to the head wall here, just outside our vantage point. As Skylar goes for the ride. As does Thomas.
Got Audrey hanging on.
Yeah, this women's route on the far left side is really interesting. It's really long. It's got a really steep section. We see Audrey in here right now, and then it's followed by a really, very long head wall sequence on lots of holds. Really interesting to see how the women tackle that section.
I don't think there are too many gyms in the country where you have terrain like this that Audrey's climbing on right now. So those clips count for points too. If they skip clips, they lose points.
Well, if they skip clips, they're totally disqualified.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
but it is worth noting that they do have to clip, and that will count as a score versus someone who doesn't clip that same draw.
That's the toe hook bat hang that Megan Martin was talking about. She said she was a little worried about it because she has Velcro on her shoes.
Audrey is a very experienced climber, has done up to 14B up at Little Cy in Washington. And she's been a competitor for many years, lived in Las Vegas for a long time and climbed a bunch of hard sport routes down there. Yeah, I'm psyched to see her here at this comp. This is great.
Yeah, she has a full-time job. Isn't she a computer programmer?
Yeah.
She's doing really well.
Yeah, she is. That's great.
We have our next female out on Route A there. Or excuse me, Route B, Natalia Grossman. Colorado local.
Final call for Casey Elliott. Final call. Casey Elliott, please report.
It's worth noting that the warm-up situation here, as with most rope climbing comps, the competitors mostly just boulder to get loosened up, so it's definitely challenging to come out and climb 55-foot route without too much of a warm-up.
I know. That's nuts.
And we were talking to the route setters before we came on the air here that they pointed out to us that both A and B routes for both genders are generally about the same difficulty. They want it to be fair for the competitors, no matter if they come out on the first route or the second route. They want it to be sort of an even experience for everybody. See Bobby Taft-Pittman over there climbing for the men. Sounds like the other male competitor, Casey Elliott, is MIA right now. Trying to find him.
Rosie Bates has just started up on the left of the screen there on women's A. Natalia Grossman's getting pretty high up there now. Oh, she's near the top.
Giving us our first look at a first top here very early on in this qualifying round. Just a few moves away. Word on the street, though, is that all four of these routes pretty difficult finishes, so we'll see.
The route setter said that the men's routes are between 13 plus and 14 minus, and that the women's are mid to upper 13s. No big deal. So again, they don't have a time limit on anything, really. The judges are supposed to tell them to go if they stand there for more than about 40 seconds, but there's no timer anywhere.
It's on the honor system.
Yeah. So that must be Casey Elliott now, or did they skip him?
I think he's out. That's Owen
Okay,
Demler
that's
Buckley.
Owen. Okay.
According to our in-house MC here, Ander Rockstad.
What a great name. We're going to have 20 competitors for the men and 20 for the women moving on to semifinals tomorrow. So we're whittling these fields down quite a bit.
Whoa.
Fewer than half of the women are going to be in semifinals and fewer than a third of the guys.
Right, so we're starting with 52 women and 69 men.
Bobby Taft-Pittman getting really high on men's B. Still got
Nice.
several moves to go, though. He looks pretty comfortable, though.
Jeez.
Got to recover the foot there. Really nicely done here. Oh, and that's going to do it. Just two moves from the top. Nice climbing from Bobby Taft-Pittman, though. Someone to look out for. One of the things we'll be looking for in this qualifying round is just getting a sense for where the level of the climbers is compared to how hard these routes are. Some years you see qualifier routes get sent a lot. Some years you see them not get sent at all. So always interesting to see how that shakes out. See Elizabeth Malloy there Trying to get the crowd into it here at Movement Climbing and Fitness. Should be Piper Kelly there on the far left for the women. And now for the men. Somebody definitely a favorite to make it into the finals, Ben Hanna. Fixture at these comps after all these years, Chris.
That's right. Yeah, Ben Hanna is just, he's like the Carlo in a younger form. He's just like always here. He always does really well. And I always look forward to seeing him, yeah.
Yeah, he's an 18-year-old out of Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Speaking of Carlo Traversi, two-time champion, is here. So we'll be looking forward to seeing him a little bit later on tonight.
Of course Carlo's here.
Feels like he's been on the circuit forever, but still not even 30 years old. Definitely one of the elder statesmen, though, in these competitions at this point. Also got our defending women's champion, Margot Hayes, who you might heard something about recently. Definitely be talking more about that. Got Kai Leitner, winner 2 years ago. No Sean Bailey, though, our winner last year for the men.
Yeah, that's kind of surprising. Doesn't want to come back and defend the title, or maybe something came up. Who knows?
We do have Noah Ridge.
Yeah, Noah's made podium a few years back in Center 1.
Yeah, second place in 2014, so that should be exciting. And then Austin Guyman, who we saw at bouldering. And once again, as always, I'm excited to watch Brooke Rabatou and Ashima compete.
Yeah, this will be their first adult rope national, so that's always cool.
It looked like Piper fell below the, or at least from that roof there. Meanwhile, Ben Hanna's just trucking away. Oh.
Cool little sequence there by Ben Hanna.
Little two-finger pocket there.
Powering his way under the head wall. 15 feet of climbing still to go. Very exciting finish move on this route in particular. Hoping to see a bunch of guys try this.
Oh yeah, you can see it from here. His right leg shaking with the tension of competition. Grrr. Oh yeah. Looks like a hard clip.
You can tell they made this clip for taking some big whips on. It's been extended twice.
Wow, Ben Hanna very close to the top.
Oh no. Powers down just before the finish for Ben Hanna there, but
Oh, wow.
definitely a high point at this early juncture.
Yeah, it looked like one move from the top. Gosh, hard to keep track of all the action with 4 climbers at once here. I believe we're looking at, gosh, I'm not even going to guess. Yeah, I think that's Claire Bukowski on the left. Got Daniel Martins right there on the right-hand side of the screen.
He's a local, well, sort of. He's from Colorado Springs, Colorado. He's 15.
15.
15.
That's as young as you can get to be in this comp.
That's right. He's a tall 15. He's 5'10".
He's on the Kai Leitner diet. So far, we've seen some pretty solid progress from both of the men's route at this point. Still looking for some progress on women's A in particular. I think a couple of the women we were talking to, guys, before the comp started here, they were commenting that the qualifiers routes looked harder than they had in the past.
That's right. Yeah, I think there was intentionally a move to make especially the women's qualifiers harder.
Yeah, I mean, they may be harder, but the level for the women climbers has really gone up just even since the last year.
Exactly.
It's pretty incredible.
Yeah, I mean, they keep thinking they have it dialed, and then they set the same next year, and all of a sudden everybody's better. Why doesn't that happen with us? God.
Definitely a storyline we'll be talking about all weekend, though, is especially the battle between Michaela Kirsch and Margot Hayes, both really peaking outdoors right now. See how that translates into the Rope Nationals arena here. Obviously, Margot won last year, and Michaela has come very close.
And lest we not forget Grace McKeon, second place finisher last year, a quiet but very strong force who could easily take it.
Yeah, Grace keeps a very low profile out there when she's competing, kind of quietly. She's doing really well in all these comps.
So this is Samuel Berg on the right side of your screen. He's making his way up. He is a little more than halfway up the wall. He's from Laramie, Wyoming, 21-year-old.
And we got Kyra Condi now on the far left. Now she is an almost certain finalist here in this competition. She always seems to do well, climbs super fast, and has also been peaking lately. She's been crushing it. Left of the screen there, Kyra, she's going to do well, I predict.
She does not need a time limit, that's for sure.
That's right.
That's Claire Burfine climbing next to Kyra. Claire's nearly won this event a couple times in the past.
Yeah, two powerhouse women right there, right now.
Yeah, she got third place in 2014 and 2015. And she did really well in bouldering, too. I want to know how these people train.
They just never stop climbing.
Hashtag can't stop, won't stop.
See Ahmed Torrey there on the right. Out there for the men. Always keep in mind, especially in the early rounds here, that the competitors still have to climb the opposite route they're not climbing, so it's not a lot of time to recover. They're kind of like warming up on a mid-13, hard 13, and then they've got to go rest up and get ready to do it all over again.
I think Ahmed Torre is the only competitor here who's going to have that chalk bag clipped with a beaner.
That's old school.
Or maybe it's new school.
I think climbing's been around long enough for us to get in a hipster phase.
That's right. Oh, wow, nice. Claire sticking that slope dyno.
That's going to be really fun to watch Kyra and Claire right next to each other here.
Yeah, it won't be long. I think Kyra's going to race past, huh? And Lucas Keppel is right there on the right now. And believe it or not, Kyra's resting.
Claire Burfine making her way to the top.
I just love how many holds are still on Kyra's route, and you can't even see the finish. There you finally can.
Yeah, look at that. Yeah, that is an extraordinarily long route for this wall.
Claire's out of Team Texas. She lives in Plano, Texas. She's 18 years old. Yeah. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Is that our first top for the women?
First top of the comp. Claire Burfeind. Boom. Yeah. Here goes Kyra. Oh. Close. Second to last draw for Kyra.
I think that's going to be a pretty good result for her, though,
Yeah.
on problem A there.
Something that's interesting about this as opposed to bouldering is that you don't have to top out with both hands on the finish hold. You only have to have one, and you also only have to have one on the start hold, which is different than in bouldering.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. You see a lot of the same people we saw at Bouldering Nationals a few weeks ago competing here this weekend. It's such a short turnaround between a high-level bouldering comp and a high-level sport climbing comp.
It really is. It's like training for two different sports. So I don't know how they do it. They must just all have a lot of power to spare.
Luke Meering on the right. And we're still looking at Lucas Keppel there on the left.
Juliet Hammer there on left side of your screen climbing for the women. Denver local. 22-year-old.
Is that related to Max Hammer, do we think?
Unclear.
On your right there, I believe that's Luke Meering.
That's right, yep.
He's out of Atlanta, Georgia. He's an 18-year-old. He is pretty close to the top there, about 15 feet left.
Another probable finalist there is Grace McKeon, our second place finisher from last year on the left. Wow, Luke Meering's really milking that one.
Yeah, there's not really great rest on the men's route.
It's kind of surprising he's resting on that hold. Like, it looks terrible.
I think a lot of the competitors, they just learn over time that they need to get the rest in where they can. So he's kind of can see from where he's looking up at the route now that probably not going to be a lot of good resting positions once he leaves this spot here. You wouldn't really expect the route setters to put in high quality rest anyway. They want to keep the level up pretty high for these guys.
Wow, this is an impressive go by Luke. Meanwhile, Grace's feet flying on the left.
Wow. That was a really impressive climb from Luke Meering there.
Yeah, he was one hold away.
You know, something you can't see really from this view is that there are quite a few jibs screwed on to a lot of these pinches. So even though they look really, really terrible, I'm sure they're still terrible, but some of them are better than they look. Like, I'm pretty sure his left hand, on his left hand, there are some screw-ins.
Oh, nice. Matt Price there trying to finagle. And this seems like Grace's forte, really. I mean, she always performs really well in Seco Comp. She did well in Bouldering Nationals. And I think, if I had to guess, I'd say this is kind of her her thing, is hanging on for a while and making it happen.
Yeah, she's definitely in the Delaney Miller mold of sport climbing. Former teammates on Team Texas. Pretty sure Delaney is here this weekend as well. Maybe not.
Yeah, I don't think so.
No. How about that?
Yeah, you can just tell the poise that Grace climbs with is just the sign of a smart, seasoned competitor.
Well, she was the female A world champion at Arco World Championships, and 5th female A on ropes. She's definitely a seasoned competitor.
Oh.
That'll do it for Grace McKeon on her first route of this qualifying round. Tomato. We got Tristan Chen here, motoring his way up men's A.
Yeah. And on the left, we're looking at Gabrielle Tortellot. Sounds like a dessert.
John Irving there over for the guys on album B. Climber from Diamond Bar, California, 35 years old.
Gabrielle is from Carmel, Indiana, 20 years old. And this is saying she's only 4'11". I'm not sure I believe that. She looks taller than 4'11". In any case, she's climbing really well. It's always fun to see new names. At least to me, it's a new name.
Jinxed it, Chris.
Dang it.
Yeah, Tristan Chen on the left there. I remember him from bouldering. He came in with his brother, and I remember him saying, one of them said that they just wanted to beat the other in
Nice.
bouldering. So I don't know if both of them are here today, but he's crushing.
Yeah, I think that clip position there was pretty strenuous on that two-finger pocket. Going to make way for some interesting competitors here out for the women. Brooke Rabitou there on the right side of your screen on the women's half. Her first adult rope nationals.
And Erin Sullivan on the left of Brooke there.
Brooke did really well in bouldering nationals last month in Salt Lake City. Her first bouldering nationals as an adult.
Yep, 3rd place after Ashima and Alex Puccio, which I'm pretty disappointed that Alex Puccio isn't here today. I didn't think that she really would, but it'd be cool to see her compete against these ladies.
Yeah, it was really fun when Alex came to nationals a couple years ago for rope climbing. It was kind of like a unique experience to see somebody who predominantly boulders try their hand at rope climbing, and not too surprisingly, she did really well.
Right.
Since power can make up for lack of endurance.
Erin Sullivan on the left is a local. She's from Aurora, Colorado, 16 years old.
So Brooke is from Team ABC in Boulder. She's 15 years old and only 5'1". She's a petite little thing. She climbed 514C outside this year, is that right?
Seems like everyone's doing it.
Yeah. One thing she excels at is, you know, you'd think that these big moves are going to be hard for her, and she's just got, she can jump really well.
Yeah, she's got hops.
On the left side of the men's screen there is Ben Isaac Tresco.
Ooh.
On the right, Charlie Andrews. Ben's done really well here in the past as well.
3rd place last year. Ben Tresco. Brooke is climbing this as if she had been on it before.
Yeah, I got mixed feedback from the competitors as far as whether or not watching the video and watching other climbers was helpful or not at this comp. Some saying it was, some saying just have to get on the route to really see how it is. But
God,
Brooke
making it look easy.
warming up.
Super easy. Yep.
It was funny, actually. Right before the comp started, I was talking with Robin Urbisfield, Rabutu, Brooke's mom, and we kind of went through these routes together from the ground. And Robin's concern about that particular route that Brooke just hiked was that it might be a little easy for him. And sure enough, she knows her daughter. Certainly looked easy for her.
Certainly did.
So now we've seen a couple tops on women's Route B there from Brooke Rabutu and Claire Burfine. Route setters are definitely down there paying attention to all these competitors do.
Ben Tresco crimping for his life up there and resting on him.
He looks relatively comfortable.
Yeah. Hard to believe.
He's a 20-year-old out of Salt Lake City. And obviously his training has been paying off. We haven't seen a top here, so it'd be pretty, no, I jinxed it.
Awesome effort by Ben Tresco.
So not quite able to get back to where Ben Hanna was on that route. Still great effort from Ben Tresco. Some new competitors out for the women. On the far left there is Grace DiGiorgio, and then Leslie Ladlad climbing on her right.
What was the second one again, Ryan?
That's Leslie Ladlad over there. Midwest climber.
Vasya Faradnikov there on the right. He just kind of snuck in here. He's been a competitor for many, many years.
Where did he come from?
I know. Took a couple years off, and he's back. Suddenly, Vasya's back in, and man, this guy is a powerhouse.
Yeah, it's been a couple years since he's been at Nationals, so I'm really excited to see where he's at. He's always one of the most exciting competitors to watch at bouldering and sport nationals.
Yeah, he's placed a lot of times. First at SCS National Championship in 2012, second at Bouldering Nationals in 2014. And he's out of Arvada. Is that true? Am I reading that right? Where is he from?
He's from the Northeast, but I think he's moved to Colorado the last year or so.
Trying to decide where to clip. Vasya's got to make some quick decisions.
He is in a serious stress position right now.
Yeah, and he knows more than anyone. You cannot skip those clips. Oh, look at that.
That was super smart, though. He kind of knew that he was in a bad spot, but that if he could just get a little bit higher up, he'd still be able to make the clip. Didn't stress himself out too much trying to make the clip from lower.
And we got Remy Arata just to the left of Vasya. Another very strong local climber.
Yeah, I see Remy in the Boulder Rock Club all the time. I watched him grow up from a little kid to this. He's a man. He's a big man now.
He's definitely a man.
Be awesome to see Vasia make it through to finals.
It would be.
Right now, we're just trying to get our top 20 to semifinals, which would be tomorrow morning. Of course, be broadcasting that live for you on LT11.tv.
Of course.
Right around 10 a.m. Mountain Time. So definitely check that out. We'll be back for finals tomorrow night. Right around 6:45 Mountain Time. Another live broadcast at LT11.tv. Always exciting during finals at Rope Nationals. You can put your calculator away and just follow along with the action. So looking for our first top here on the far right side of the wall. See if Vasia can get it done here. Seen a lot of guys power down right about here. Vasia doing a better job with his feet.
Little shaky. Oh, really great attempt.
Incredible effort from Vasia Vorotnikov. That is what you've come to expect from him over the years. So great to see him back. Seems to be pretty good form.
So he did touch the finish hold, so he will get some points for that.
Elena Holbert on the left, entering the roof section where they have to clip that 6-foot-long draw, assuming, I'm assuming it's there for rope drag reduction later on. It is kind of funny looking, but I guess you need that when you have such a big blob underneath the roof.
I think the draw might be taller than some of the competitors.
That's absolutely right. And Tibor Nagy on the right there. Wow. That's such a cool view of that left-hand route. The ladies just swinging around.
That's Derek New falling off there in the green.
That's Katie Lamb coming off women's B there.
Dom Speranza.
That's a great name.
Climbing for the men. I know. How can you not make finals with that name?
He's a 20. Excuse me. Go ahead, Neely.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing you were. He's in the U.S. Air Force Academy in Colorado and 22 years old.
Wow. Dom Speranza and the Air Force Academy? Jeez.
What's going on there on the left side of the screen?
Looks like Elena Holbert is just going nuts.
Dom efforting hard there, not quite able to get his foot in the right spot on that volume. Gonna push him off the wall.
Efforting hard. I like that.
He was efforting. I can see it in his eyes. John Brosler there out for the men. Somebody to keep an eye on in tomorrow night's speed finals.
Heck yeah.
John, a multiple-time national champion in speed climbing.
I believe that was Elena Holbert coming off there.
Getting on the wall there for the women. I think that's 20-year-old Carrie Scott from North Carolina. She took 18th at Nationals last year. Out in Watertown, Massachusetts. Great venue for the comp the last 2 years.
But I'm so glad that it's here in Denver, Colorado instead. It was actually pleasant being outside today, you know, just.
There's things to do around here.
Yeah. Wow, impressive show so far by John Brosler. Yeah, I kind of just think of him as a speed guy, but God, he had the patience to make it, what, almost 3/4 of the way up there.
The patience.
Some strong patience.
I do think it does come down to patience in a lot of cases, though. Like, I think the typical boulderer kind of wants to just cruise, but it doesn't always work.
It's true. My friends who are boulders, even you get them on routes and they don't know how to rest, or they don't know that they should rest, or they,
Right.
they don't have the patience to rest.
No, I believe Tibor Nagy is up now on the right. I misspoke earlier. Almost kicking the Blair. Best not to do that.
Yeah, the Blairs do God's work out here all weekend, keeping these climbers safe. Just taking fall after fall. It's not glamorous. So what do you guys think of these routes so far? We've seen one of the routes top for the women, none for the men's routes, and none on women's A. I think we're going to see all 4 of them get done.
Yes.
Chris is down for yes.
Yes, we will.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we still have 3 of the world champions on women's A coming up.
Well, and Megan
on women's B.
Mascarenas is on board right now to get on women's A. And not that she's known for her route climbing, but she is a strong boulderer, having won bouldering nationals in 2016. So I'm excited to see how she does. I mean, we still have to see Michaela, and yeah, we'll see some tops.
Put me down for 3 out of the 4. That's my guess.
Which one isn't getting topped, Mr. Runnels?
Not prepared to say that. Definitely seen some guys get close on both routes, so the door is definitely open.
Augie Cohn is just gracefully and quietly powering his way through men's A.
Also a local out of Denver, climbs at Rockin' and Jammin'. I'm betting he climbs here as well. It's pretty nice in Denver having your pick of gyms.
Wow. Augie doing really well. Nice.
Far right side of your screen is past podium finisher Noah Ridge. Made podium 3 years ago. The comp was down in Center 1. Been dealing with some injuries the last couple years, so it's good to see Noah back out here at Nationals. Love to see him back out in finals as Augie Cohn just loses it.
That hold is very slopey.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of the men look pretty good until the exact moment they get on that hold, and then it's all over.
Yeah, that is Gabrielle Zacola. I was a little confused because it looks like maybe we had skipped somebody. But yeah, Gabrielle Zacola there just fell off.
And as Neely was talking about just a few moments ago, Megan Mascarenas out here at Rope Nationals. I want to say for the first time. I don't recall seeing her too often in the past.
I think Megan's, or so I heard. I was just talking with a couple folks down at the ground level. She's kind of admittedly just really scared of heights, but obviously strong. So she still can do super well in these comps. She has won a roped comp too. I don't recall which one it was, but instead of going to the anchor once she realized she won, she down climbed to the last draw and said take.
What did that mean? Did she not
She won.
get points for the finish hold?
She didn't need him. She had won at that point.
Wow.
Yeah. Ooh, homeboy Simon's climbing on A.
Oh yeah, you guys are buds.
I just see him all the time in Boulder, and he's so friendly, young up and comer. He trains really hard. I just feel like he deserves it, you know.
Yeah.
Noah Ridge looking very solid here.
He really is. He's not really shaking like all the other guys were.
That's a good point. Yeah, he's kind of hiking. Chalking up.
Noah Ridge making it
There
look
is.
easy.
Wow.
Wow. Boom, baby. Only half of them to go now for a top.
It's our first top for B. It's our first top
two
for
down.
men.
So Noah Ridge looks to be back in form. It's always cool to see competitors who've had success and then have some setbacks with injuries or what have you, life getting in the way, able to come back out here and climb at a high level once again. Seen that a lot in the last couple of years, especially with Alex Puccio, seemingly having a devastating injury every summer, only to get somehow even better.
I think she's Wolverine though.
Oh,
Wow. Awesome effort from Simon Hibbler. Meanwhile, is that Megan?
Yep, that's still Megan.
That is still Megan. She's, yeah, just cruising along.
Yeah, she doesn't look tired. I don't see her sister on the roster this time, though. Her sister was at bouldering with her.
Yeah, Megan looking really calm and poised. She's doing great.
On the right there, that's Michael Finn Henry out of Lincoln, Massachusetts. He's a 17-year-old.
that'll do it for Megan Mascarenas there. Great effort from her, though.
That would not surprise me if that effort, at least so far, would be enough to get her into semis. I mean, I don't know. We'll see. That was very high for that route. I mean, that was close to where Grace McKeon got.
Yeah, we'll see if she can keep the momentum going when she gets on her second route. Can be challenging sometimes for competitors. Martin Cannell there out for the men. Always recognize him since he wears the same pants in every competition. Definitely helps us commentators identify people from afar.
Thank you, Martin.
Yeah, that's a good point, Brian. I'm glad you brought that up.
Put this on the registration for next year.
Yeah. Martin doesn't have to wear his number tag. He can just keep those pants on.
Also his patriotic chalk bag.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because looking at his roster of competitions, he's competed all over the world. Australia, Munich.
Just making sport climbing comps great again.
Mm-hmm.
Too soon, Chris.
It really was like a... Yeah.
Oh, he's
Wow.
getting weird over there. It's one of the interesting things about sport climbing compared to bouldering is that like each move you're expending a certain amount of energy, and there's each climber's going to approach it slightly differently. It's all about saving enough energy to punch it to the finish.
And Martin Cannell is off.
On your right, there's Griffin. No, I just lost it. Griffin Barros King. Yeah, that is quite a name to live up to, King. He's out of Durango, Colorado. Didn't have to come too far for this. And he's only 15 years old.
Victoria Perkins there, letting it fly in women's A on the far left side of your screen. Emma Roberts on the right for the women. She is about to make way for one Ashima Shiraishi. Be coming up next on women's B. You can already see a definite time difference in how long it's taking the women to climb A versus B. Ashima is going to be the 16th woman out on Route B, and Victoria's only climber number 12 on A, so.
Oh, man. Only climber 12? Crumb cakes.
Settle in, Chris.
Just 40 more. This is great, though. Narrowing them down to 20 for tomorrow morning. Tomorrow's going to be a rough one because they got to climb tonight. They got to climb tomorrow morning in semis and then tomorrow night in finals. And compared to bouldering nationals, that's a lot of moves.
Well, a lot of the women are also doing speed climbing.
Oh, that's
So
right. Yeah,
they're
we
going to be doing double duty. They did speed qualifying earlier today.
And that is Ashima Shiraishi on women's B starting up.
This will be her first adult nationals, as we mentioned. Just something we've been talking about for a few years, though. Kind of looking forward to this moment. She did not disappoint at bouldering nationals, coming very close to winning it. She was super disappointed. She came up just short behind Alex Puccio.
And so far we've had Brooke Rabatu, one of her main competitors at least, and Claire Burfine top this route, women's B. So Ashima Shiraishi is probably also going to top this thing. We'll see.
Tori Perkins trying to find the power over there. Out of gas.
Ashima was seen earlier with binoculars staring down all of the holds for the qualifying round here. A smart move.
Yeah, that was good for her in bouldering. She saw a hold, or a part of a hold that nobody else saw on the finish hold of one of the boulders, and took down that boulder when I don't think anybody else did because of it. So her looking ahead at these routes is one of her strengths.
She just like materialized that grip on that hold out of nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
She Ashima'd it.
Yeah, that was pretty incredible. She's prone to doing incredible things, though, so see how she fares here on her first qualifier.
Yeah, I love her style too. I mean, she's obviously capable of doing dynamic moves, but it seems like she'll do anything she can to avoid it.
That's true, including the splits, like full-on splits.
Exactly.
That was Nathan Price, who just fell off in the gray shirt.
Ashima is definitely one of the podium contenders here, and she is just making this route look easy.
Yeah, she's climbed 14D outside, and at the time it was thought to be 15A. Is that right? And Margot Hayes, one of her biggest competitors in this competition, just climbed. She was the first woman to climb 15A. So we'll see how they do together. I'm sure we'll see them in finals. Yep.
Nice.
There she goes.
So an easy one for Flashima there.
An easy flash.
So we've seen a few tops on women's Route B there. Not a one on women's A. And we're starting to see that women's A seems to be a little bit harder, but we'll see once these competitors cycle through.
So I think the goal of the running order is to give them all about 30 minutes rest between the routes.
The running order, by the way, appears to be generated randomly. I mean, we have super strong folks coming out right at the front here. We've got some to come much later. So, yeah, they're just trying to make sure that between the two routes they have enough rest. Lauren Jackson over there on the left of the screen on the roof blob. Lauren Jackson is another Team Lone Star from Texas, coached by Mrs. Puccio, Alex's mom. Lauren Jackson is 16 years old. Ooh,
Oh.
ow. Fell while clipping, it looked like. Yikes.
The perils of sport climbing, getting smashed into walls.
That was Maria Roth, who just came off of female B.
I believe that was Merritt Emsberger. Is it Ernsberger? I can't read it. Emsberger on men's.
As we have this break in the action, reminder that you can always go to usaclimbing.org all weekend long for information, live results as they come in, schedule, all that good stuff. usaclimbing.org is where you want to go. Starting to get some early unofficial results on there if you want to check those out. Obviously still a lot to be decided though. We're still getting through each competitor's first route at this point.
Got Chloe Sarah Kim on the far left.
Got Megan Martin there, getting off the ground on her first qualifier.
And Joey Katama.
Megan's been a little busy being semi-famous lately, so said she's been a little distracted and tired. Her time has been in demand this week, so glad she's able to make it.
International modeling from coast to coast, just barely making it in time.
I was pretty disappointed this month that I didn't get to see her in my Athleta catalog. I looked through that thing just to see Megan. I don't know what they're thinking.
Clay Gordon is on men's A. Clay Gordon.
Taking some interesting falls off of that volume in the roof for the ladies on A. I think of Megan as more of a boulderer. I kind of don't think that she trains too much on roots. So it's really impressive that she can come out here and do this.
Yeah, and she always does really well in Sega Block too. Really well.
I think one of her strengths is staying calm and taking her time. Well, and of course her immense power and strength.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's not uncommon, I think, for boulderers to just get to roots and be like, huh, well, I suck at endurance, but since there aren't any hard moves, I can just keep going.
Yeah.
Maybe a little surprising she fell that low.
It's watching Ashima do that move. It seems like it might be better for little short people. Although Megan's not that tall. Everybody has their own style, I guess.
It's Jesse Grouper on the far right for the men. Jesse took second or third a couple years ago behind Kai Leitner. Definitely somebody to watch out for.
Yeah, Jesse Grouper, he's one of those names that kind of sneaks up on you. Before you know it, he might be up there in the podium. Really nice guy, too. I remember talking to him last year, and just really positive, supportive, friendly guy.
There's definitely a high ratio of friendly people in these competitions.
Or maybe it's just that they feel like they should be friendly to us, since we can talk to, we can talk however we want about them, can't we?
That is true.
Just kidding. I think you're right.
In the blue on men's A is Ryan Wythe. And he's out of Huntington Beach, California. He's a 22-year-old who's 5'4". And maybe that is a typo, I'm not sure, but that is on the shorter side for guys. So it'll be interesting to see how he does.
Jesse certainly will know that Noah Ridge finished this route just a few minutes ago. It's a relatively collaborative process in this flash format.
Yeah, it's definitely a little more fun, I think, than the non-flash format, the on-site, which is tomorrow. I mean, it's awesome to see how people can on-site, but it's fun to see them, like you said, collaborate on beta and kind of help each other out. Yeah, Jesse Grouper just kind of plugging away.
He looks really solid still. A little bit of a shake, but definitely well positioned to finish this route.
Looking really strong, solid.
Jesse Grouper going to get it done.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
20-year-old out of Montclair, New Jersey. Our second top for men's B.
So 2 tops now for the men on that second problem. Noah Ridge and Jesse Grouper. So they'll be tied on that problem. By problem, I mean route.
Harold Ainsworth is now up on men's A.
Harold is an 18-year-old out of Belmont, Massachusetts. He's competed quite a bit. Dark Horse, Beach Brawl, SCS Open Nationals 2016.
A Kai Leitner sighting, stepping up to his first qualifier route. Our 2015 national champion for sport climbing.
2016 silver place for sport climbing.
Did you say silver place?
I said silver place. It's a thing.
Definitely have to think Kai is the favorite. Last year's winner, Sean Bailey, not here. So
I don't know if you could say that. I think Drew Rawana has an excellent chance of placing right up there. I mean, gosh, we got a lot coming here. He's one of the favorites.
Right, I mean, Ben Tresco got 3rd place last year, so.
And there's always Carlo.
There is always Carlo. He's funny, it'll be like 2 weeks before Sport Nationals and he'll start to do a few routes here and there. He was actually training yesterday, so I'm not sure if he's well rested today, we'll see.
Oh, wow. I do not see a watch on Kai Leitner. This is the first time that has ever happened.
whoa.
Yeah, that's big news.
We'll interview him about it later.
Yeah, we got to talk.
Kai's climbing pretty quick. Dealt with a painful back injury last year. Still able to climb really well at Bouldering Nationals last month. Came pretty close to winning the whole thing, actually.
Yeah,
Not
very.
for
Except that Nathaniel flashed everything and took it away from him.
the out-of-body experience that Nathaniel Coleman had.
I think we all had one.
Yeah, it was kind of confusing to look back at the results because it seemed like Nathaniel, I mean, he obviously decimated the field, but Kai had the same number of tops. It was actually pretty close.
Yeah, he just fell a few more times.
Yeah.
Julia Talbot is now on women's B. Another very strong climber who's done surprisingly well in some comps, and now I think it is no longer a surprise that she does well. She is an excellent competitor. Eager, even.
Yeah, you can surprise us once, but after that, no more surprises.
Wow.
I am betting that Kai will top this out pretty easily.
I think I like his chances on both routes now.
Oh,
yeah, easy.
There's a bonus pull up there for Kai Leitner.
Why not?
I mean, he needs to warm up.
He is showing just a sheen of sweat. That's about all.
That's just his perfect glowing skin.
Yeah. Youth. Julia Talbot clawing her way very close to the top of women's B here. Ooh. Having a little trouble with the clip. Let's see what she does here because they all know they cannot skip them. Oh. Unable to make that clip happen. But an excellent showing by Julia Talbot.
She kind of got stuck in no women's land there. Wanted to keep going higher, but as Chris said, you got to make those clips. Safety, obviously a priority here. We're almost through the first set of women competitors on problem B there. 52 women competing. We have our 46th woman out. Or excuse me.
Yeah.
Our 22nd woman out there before they switch over. A lot of numbers here.
I think the route setters have done a pretty good job, though. They probably wanted to see people falling off on all different places on these routes, and that's pretty much what we've seen. There's not one spot where everybody's falling. So it's separating the field pretty well.
Yeah, route setting for these rope comps is really tricky because you, especially in qualifiers, you've got such a huge field, only 2 routes to separate the climbers on. It just gets harder as the rounds go along. Semifinals just be 1 route tomorrow, and then finals 1 as well. So very narrow window for the route setters to separate these climbers.
And you got to be able to clip on these things too, and that's an art in itself, making enough holds near draws that competitors can clip.
That was Tristan Crane coming off of men's B. But yeah, I think that's a challenge in any gym, is making stuff hard, making routes hard, but making everything clippable so that you don't hit the ground when you fall. Because we're not that far off the ground here. Although, how tall is this gym? Like 45, 50 feet?
I think it's at least 50.
Yeah. These are legit routes.
Very boisterous crowd out there tonight.
I think it's just one boisterous person. On the right, we have Luke Rodley out of San Diego. He's a 15-year-old. A lot of kids out here doing their first adult nationals. I wonder if that affects their nerves.
You would have to think so.
Isabel Novak there on women's B. Putting up a good fight so far. This is great.
And Neely, we actually talked to Ashima about that at Boulder National. She said she was really nervous, even though we couldn't really tell from watching her in qualifiers. She said she was really nervous.
Yeah, no one would ever know that. She has a face of steel.
Climbing's kind of a weird thing, though. I think a lot of people have experienced this where you feel like you're climbing really bad, but the people watching can't tell at all.
Mm-hmm.
It looks.
On your right, we have Nicholas Romero. Team Texas, he's from Frisco, Texas. He's a 17-year-old.
And if you're just joining us, this is the 2017 USAC Sport Open National Championship qualifying round. We're at Movement Climbing and Fitness in Denver, Colorado. Getting about the halfway point in this qualifying round for the women, at least. For the men, we've got a little bit ways to go. Got 52 women and 69 men here this weekend, all trying to take that national championship crown. We already know we're going to have a new national champion for the men this year, since our defending champion is not present. And for the women, Margot Hayes riding high right now, back to defend her national championship from last year. She'll be coming out pretty soon here on women's A. Will be on the left side of your screen. Just a couple more climbers before you see Margot Hayes out there.
And right now on Women's A, we've got Becky Switzer from Bozeman, Montana, one of our most seasoned competitors. It was great to talk to her last year about kind of standing out because she's into her 30s and still climbing strong. And I remember her saying she kind of felt a little out of place with all the youngsters, but gosh, you wouldn't know it by how she climbs. She's been really training hard and climbing well.
Yeah, such a diverse mix of experience levels, age levels at nationals here. Yep. Kids as young as 15, and like Chris said, climbers into their 30s, all competing on the same routes here. As we saw last year, especially for the women, it tends to skew young. Oldest finalist last year was just 21.
Oh, yeah, and somehow Solomon Barth kind of snuck on to men's A here. Another name that we see often, and it's usually really high up in the ranking.
Solomon had a very solid bouldering nationals. Bimini Hertzman out there for the women on the old black and yellow women's B.
Women's B staying. Oh.
Yeah. Seen a handful of women finish that route at this point. Likes of Claire Burfine, Brooke Rabatu, and Ashima Shiraishi. Starting to see some separation on both men's and women's routes between the top contenders and the rest of the field. It's what you expect to see here.
Solomon Barth resting on the crimps. Becky Switzer flying through space. And Bimini Horseman in a heel hook above her head.
Solomon making the long clip there. That's it for clipping on that route. We're still looking for our first top. See if Solomon can do it. Seen a lot of guys rest at this position and then just lose it very shortly after they attack this final sequence. Go Solomon Barth. 2 more moves. Oh, a bobble there, and
that was so close. Looked like his right hand just flew right off, but was just about to hit that jug, finishing jug.
2 drive-by finishes for the men. Coming up soon for the men, Carlo Traversi. Just a few minutes, he'll be on men's A. Drew Ruana, Austin Guyman coming up on A.
Bimini's always a strong contender as well. Meanwhile, Becky Switzer on the left is still fighting through the steeps.
Yeah, what has been going on over there?
I know, just yeah, you look away for a few minutes, up there, a few moves higher.
She's still, yeah, still fighting that roof sequence. I've seen a lot of the women lose their mojo after they come around this corner, though. It takes a lot of energy to hang out horizontal like that.
Bimini getting pretty high up here.
Yeah,
That's a high point. I mean, it's not a high point, but it's higher than most women have gotten.
She was working the technique there.
Yeah, Becky Switzer.
She's not quite high enough there. That's going to do it for Becky Switzer. Seen a couple of the women approach that move the same way at first before readjusting to get up a little bit higher with the left hand. Means Margot Hazelby on deck over there. She'll be coming up after Lauren Bear completes her attempt.
You'll notice them every couple of goes. They are pulling ropes through and switching them out to give the ropes a chance to rest and kind of recoil into their most shock-absorbing position.
Does that mean I should be changing out my ropes every other route when I'm at the gym?
If you don't fall, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I don't ever fall, so
Yeah.
I just take all the time.
Getting a face full of Palmer Larson over here on the right side of the wall. Just outside the broadcast perch here.
Yeah.
He's the one on your right, the right of your right screen. He's at a Team Momentum out of Utah. He's a 21-year-old.
He's looking super solid right now.
Devin Wong is on men's A. Looking super composed and making it happen.
He's climbing really fast.
Yeah, he's like Kyra style there. Wow. He looks like he weighs about 85 pounds. He is hiking this route.
What's your new goal weight, Chris?
Shh, you weren't supposed to say anything.
See, he's climbing just a little bit too fast there. Missed that accuracy move to the pocket. Hard to recover from that without blowing out a finger.
On women's B, on the right side of the left side of your screen, there's Marissa Romero from Team Texas. She's 19 years old. There's a lot of strong climbers in Frisco, Texas.
Yeah, and meanwhile, the face full of Larson here is still there, resting on that sloper.
And we've seen this work for a lot of the guys. It's not the most ideal rest, but you can see it actually seems to be like losing a little energy the longer he rests there. Shakes are getting shorter and shorter.
It's always the question, isn't it? Hard to tell sometimes if you're recovering or not. Wow.
Yeah, he really had to commit to that. He spent a lot of energy in these last few moves.
God, it's kind of amazing. I keep thinking he's going to just pop off, but he's still holding on.
Ah, you jinxed it again.
Oh, wow. That was an awesome effort.
I think he was just climbing a little bit too tall there. Like he was getting really stretched out in his feet instead of moving them up.
Yeah, he's 6'1", so he's, you know, he kind of can do that sometimes, but not that time.
And I'm definitely familiar with that, being 6'2" myself, trying to reach through things. Sometimes it works, sometimes it comes back to bite you.
That's right.
I think we have Carlo Traversi here.
There he is, Carlo himself.
Men's A, let's see if he can do this. Be our first top.
This last move is certainly Carlo style. It's just a matter of if he can get there. I don't think many people like jumping more than Carlo, or are as good at it. Very dynamic style.
Carlo's obviously a really great boulderer, but we can't deny that he's done quite a few hard route climbs outside too, like 14 plus. And he usually makes pretty quick work of them.
He's also rope national champion 2 times over, which is actually a pretty rare feat for the men. The women have a lot of repeat winners over the past few years.
And there
Do not adjust your monitors.
is Margot Hayes stepping up to women's A. Certainly one of the women that we have been wanting to watch the most, especially after her recent send of 5:15, and she's defending champion.
She's really peaking right now. And it's kind of interesting. I was reading an interview with her. She hasn't actually rope climbed all that much since bouldering nationals, so it's pretty impressive. As Neely, you were talking about quite a bit, like how these climbers train between the different disciplines of climbing. It just seems like, I don't know, they're just able to get it done no matter what.
Well, yeah, I mean, I interviewed Adam Andra about that, how he trains for both disciplines. And basically he was just saying, if I train power and I train a lot of it, oh, there goes Carla Traversi, then I can be strong enough to have endurance on these routes because all of the holds feel easy to me.
Yeah. Of course, I don't know if I buy that Margot hasn't been rope climbing much since bouldering nationals, because she's been in Spain for 3 weeks.
Yeah,
just
she's
going sport climbing.
Yeah, basically just training endurance. I have a feeling she's not going to have a hard time with this route in any case.
So that was a little bit of a surprise that Carlo fell where he did. Surprising to me, at least. He got about 3/4 of the way up. Quite a few men have equaled, well, a few guys have equaled that. I guess that was still quite good for that route, now that I think about it.
Yeah, it must be very difficult up there. Or just really cruxy.
Margot seems to be climbing quite quickly.
She's got to be feeling pretty confident. One would think.
We've also got Melina Costanza on women's B.
If anyone can rest as long as Margot is right now, it's Margot. She can rest on anything.
Right, in bouldering nationals, I think she rested on that problem for like 6 minutes or something.
That's right.
Unfortunately, and then promptly fell off. So we haven't had a top on women's A, is that correct?
Not yet.
So this could be our first.
Certainly our best chance thus far. Still a long way to go.
Yeah, so many moves on women's A.
It's kind of confusing with all those pinches up there. I'm not really sure what they're intending.
I'm pretty sure Kyra Condi had the high point, which was just a bit above that draw that Margot just clipped.
Okay, so Margot has the high point.
Not quite yet.
Okay. It's hard to keep up with all these.
And let me Mario on cool the legs, slowly navigating your way through the route. Nothing putting up really a fight, if we're being honest. Come on, guys.
And while we're pointing out that this route is really long, it's actually pretty short compared to the route that Margot just did in Spain. Probably half as long. And at least 4 or 5 grades easier, so well within her capabilities, obviously.
Although, I don't know what she on-sites outside.
Nice. Definitely has the high point now.
Crowd here would love to see Margot Hayes finish this route.
On the right, you're watching Emmanuel Quintana out of Murrieta, California. He's a 17-year-old.
If there's a heel hook possible, Margot will use it.
Margot Hayes
There it is.
Nice.
in championship form in 2017.
Sure looks like she's ready to defend her title.
So barring some shocking development, I think we'll see Margot in semifinals tomorrow.
Yeah. That was the first top of Women's A. Margot Champion Hayes.
Margot 15A Hayes.
Teammate Stella Noble is now heading up Women's B. Stella is also part of Team ABC that Margot is a part of, and many other competitors.
Simul falls.
Oh, wow. An amazing catch by Stella Noble. Stella fighting for every move, but still hanging on.
And that's Chauncey Carroll, sorry, on the left on Women's A. So Stella didn't top Women's B, but she did get pretty close. So Chauncey on the left there is out of the Sport Climbing Center in Colorado Springs, Colorado. She's 25 years old. She's been competing for a really long time. Well, not a really long time, but a while.
Yeah, and on Women's B now, they're going to take a brushing break. They're going to head up there and brush it before Audrey Sneezik gets on it next because she was our very first competitor on Women's A, and she will again be our first on Women's B.
On your right there on men's A, that's Jess Walker. He's from Fort Collins, Colorado, and he is 19 years old.
Chauncey Carroll getting quite high here.
On your right, we have Hogan Wilder, and he's from Charlotte, North Carolina. He's a 20-year-old, and he's 5'11". One of our taller competitors.
I want to say Chauncey Carroll just got up to where only 4 or 5 women have gotten so far. Great show.
Yeah, she did well in bouldering nationals, too. It's Hogan Wilder, once again, being lowered off of men's A. Is that B? Oh, men's B.
All right, no one from the wall except for our friend Austin Guinan. Right elbow. Carrying the heart drop. He's got her little lady voice there. Come on, Austin. From Colorado Springs.
Austin Guyman is now heading up men's A. Colorado Springs guy, another competitor we've seen over the years, and it seems like he just keeps getting better.
Yeah, Austin Guyman, he's out of Colorado Springs, and he's 30 years old, so he's one of the older competitors. And one of the more experienced, so that should work in his favor. Well, he's making it look casual. I have some high hopes right now for a top of this.
Yeah, Austin is usually a boulderer, but he can come out and whip these comps out and just do really well. Got Shane Messer on the right side of the screen, another name we often see in the top 10.
That's higher than Carlo made it, isn't it? On men's
Cannot
A?
confirm. I think maybe now he is. Awesome show. Great work by Austin Guyman.
Yeah, it seems like you need some real sloper power to get to actually make purchase on that next hold. A lot of people have fallen right there.
Claire Bresnan is on the left of your screen, slowly making her way up past the overhang.
A lot of people from Colorado Springs here today. She's from Colorado Springs. She's 19 years old, 5'3".
Looking strong, Shane. Come on. One of our East Coast climbers. Coming all the way over here. Tear it up, huh? If you want to, you get the biceps like that. He's got the shoulder. I want the shoulders really. All right, I keep the biceps. Stay there, time, Claire.
And there goes Claire Bresnan.
Shane Messer chilling on the sloper rest.
He looks like he's actually getting something back there.
Right. Yeah, it looks like on men's A, Drew Rawana, certainly a favorite for the podium in this competition. Drew has, gosh, he's placed super well in lead comps, bouldering comps. He's climbed 14D. He's put up a ton of FAs all over the place. He is an up-and-comer who also just kind of keeps improving every year.
Yeah, and he's young.
Yeah.
He's only 17 years old, out of Redmond, Washington.
Boom.
Yeah, what do you know about Redmond, Washington?
Hey. And wow, we got some heavy hitters right now. Michaela Kirsch, our third place finisher last year in Nationals, is now heading up on the left of the screen, fresh from a slew of 14+ sends at the Red River Gorge, Kentucky. God, Shane Messer now trying to enter the final moves here of men's B.
So Michaela Kirsch was our third place at Sport Nationals last year. So she, like Chris said, she's definitely one of the top contenders here.
Drew looking composed. Not surprising, but always inspiring.
Oh, wow. Look at Drew Rawana.
Yeah,
That's our
nice
first
one for
top.
Drew Rawana.
Topped out men's A. He's our first top of men's A.
He was just putting his Smith Rock skill set to use with those tiny footholds up there. Awesome, awesome to watch. We will be seeing him in semis.
For sure.
No doubt.
And most likely finals.
Michaela giving up a weekend of sending at the red in order to come back here and climb in Sport Nationals as always.
And even though she's a university student, she still makes time for training and climbing and coaching. She's 22 years old and she's 5'1". And as a person who's 5 feet, I always thought that it was bad that I was short, and now it seems like all of the strongest women are 5 feet to 5'3". So I've given up on that excuse.
Well, that was exciting.
Yeah. Welcome back to the booth, Brian Runnels.
I was downstairs chatting with Carlo Traversi a little bit about his experiences so far.
What do you have to say?
He just got a little flash pumped. He said he's feeling good for the next one.
It's because he was on the moon board all day yesterday.
He said it's been a little hard to motivate for the rope training. But he was definitely impressed with Drew Ruana's effort there.
Michaela's taking her time here. Her strength, I think, is resting.
Yeah, she definitely honed her resting skills. She learned to climb in a very small gym that didn't have any ropes. And yet she's just this amazing sport climber. Just confounding.
Yeah, she's one of the more confident climbers I've ever watched.
Certainly her confidence has to be at an all-time high right now. It's based on how the last few weekends have gone for her.
Yeah, no kidding. And I love the Michaela shake. It's one of my very favorite things about watching her climb.
What's that?
Between every move, she just does that little wrist shake, and supposedly it gets something back. And I mean, it clearly works for her. Like that mini little
You're right.
bird flap.
Bird flap.
And it works.
I'm going to start bird flapping.
I know. I try it, but I haven't seen the same results. Whoa. That was still our second highest of
Very
any woman. That
surprising.
was awesome.
Yeah, I went downstairs just for a few minutes there. The energy down there is really great. The venue here is really cool because it sort of has this elevated seating as you go up. So the spectators are kind of at the same level as the climbers. Really cool vantage point here at Movement.
Yeah, there's all kinds of vantage points here. Some people are down on the floor, some people are up where we are, which is way at the top. And I don't know how they're going to do it, but apparently there are going to be 1,000 people here tomorrow.
Seems like that might be fake news. They definitely do know how to pack it in here, though.
Yeah.
So if you're coming, you're going to want to get here early. Get your spot. Finals will be starting right around 6:45 with athlete introductions.
I think the doors open for everybody at, was it 5 o'clock though?
6 p.m. it looks like.
6 p.m. So you're looking at Ross Fulkerson. Wow. That is very high. I think he's only the second person to even get that high.
We saw that at Bouldering Nationals with a problem that none of the guys could do, and then all of a sudden Nathaniel Coleman did it, and then right away another guy did it right after him. But then sort of feeding off that success of the prior climber.
Yeah, it's like the 4-minute mile.
It's definitely a thing that happens a lot in climbing. You see it with first ascents a lot, where the first ascensionist spends half their life trying to do something and thinks it's the hardest thing they've ever done. And then once everyone can see their Instagram beta,
it's over.
they can do it pretty quick.
This is Josh Levin on the right. He's from Sunnyvale, California. He's 23 years old and 5'6".
It's great to see Josh back after shoulder injury sidelined him for good parts of the last couple of years.
He's an 11-time national speed champion.
I think that's basically like every year that he was a youth competitor. he won speed climbing for his age division.
Wowee. Well, he's taking his time here.
He's one of the most decorated youth competitors, I think.
I mean, it says he's a 19-time national champion.
Yeah, that's
incredible.
That is pretty, especially when you consider there's only 30 opportunities maybe.
He's 30-time youth national team member. I'm his new biggest fan. I'll be an even bigger fan if he can top this out.
Who else we got on the wall for the men there? Can't quite see who's climbing next to Josh, but we'll get...
It's actually Keith North. He's a local too. I've climbed with him in rifle. Josh Levin looking recovered after his long rest.
Wow, Josh looking really strong. Just pulling right through that.
Oh, wow.
Slam dunk for Josh Levin.
I didn't know if he had that, but he did. So that's our third top of B. Noah Ridge, Kai Leitner, and now Josh Levin just did men's B, so obviously they'll be going to semifinals. Unless 18 more people top B. And we could do that. We have about 30 more competitors, I think. Keith North. Didn't quite have it.
See them still switching over, or freshening up the women's routes, I should say. Now that all the women have gone in their respective first routes, they're going to get them cleaned up and then switch over. Whichever the women climb Route A first, and now climb Route B, and vice versa. Remember, you can check out usaclimbing.org. Got some unofficial live qualifier results up there for you to see. Still very incomplete, obviously, with all the competitors still needing to climb their second route. So start to get a sense of how your favorite climber's doing so far.
And a shout out to LT11, Louder Than 11. This production team is putting this live feed on for us. As always, it's seamless, and they'll do this all weekend.
Some early results so far. Not surprised to see Margot Hayes, Brooke Rabatu, Ashima Shiraishi, Claire Burfine, Michaela Kirsch, Kyra Condi all doing very well so far for the men. Solomon Barth, Drew Ruana, Kai Leitner, Jesse Grouper, Ben Hanna, Noah Ridge, all doing really well in the early goings here. It's at usaclimbing.org if you want to check those out for yourself. Check out the schedule for this weekend as well as results as they come in. Remember, all the results you see up there right now are unofficial. When the round is over, there will be an appeal period for competitors to verify their final scores look accurate as they understood them. So we'll have our semifinal list sometime after we go off the air tonight. And check that out in anticipation of semifinals tomorrow morning, starting right around 10 a.m. Mountain Time. Have 20 men and 20 women climbing one route. Try and punch their ticket to finals tomorrow night, starting at 6:45.
Where we'll be taking 8 people from men's and women's, and probably more because of our world champions that we have on the women's field, and 1 collegiate champion, which is Kai Leitner. So what that means is, since they're looking for people to join the national team, they will add people to that lineup of 8 so that we can get that national team filled up. So our world champions on the women's field are Margot Hayes, Brooke Rabitou, and Ashima Shiraishi.
Yeah, so they already have the right to represent the U.S. in international competition, which it sounds like Margot Hayes indicated she's going to do that for the women, which would be great to see. You don't see a lot of American competitors competing on the World Cup circuit, especially for sport climbing. Pretty rare thing, but Margot's been basing herself over in Europe this year, so it makes it a little bit easier to make it work if you're already in Europe already.
Right, because I think Americans are some of the only ones who don't get sponsorship money specifically for that from their country. So it's expensive.
Sean Bailey did compete for the U.S. last summer in a number of World Cups, did pretty well. Fun to watch him competing against the best in the world. It'd be great to see how Margot can do as well. The U.S. actually has a great history in lead climbing back in the 90s. The likes of Lynn Hill and Robin Erbisfield. It's been a while.
That's right. You've got Timothy King, maybe it's Kong, on the right side. He's from Mountain View, California, and he is 17 years old.
Looks like they're going to get men's A cleaned up as well here. I think all the men have gone on that at this point from the first wave.
So we're on our, Timothy King is our 32nd man, and we have 69.
And Neely, I was talking to Carlo down there just about how this format plays out as we've seen the competitors come out for their first climb, and then they've got sort of like an indeterminate amount of time to rest until they go to their second route. And he was saying that it didn't really bother him, the amount of rest they get. He said it mostly felt fresh already after the first route. It's kind of a warm-up almost.
I know.
Even though it's really hard.
Well, and it's interesting. You think about, you go into the gym and you don't climb a hard route and then take 30 minutes rest, usually, unless you're extremely disciplined. So for some of them, they may feel a little bit cold. I just think it's really interesting, this flash format where they get to watch everybody climb. And we actually talked to Carlo about that a little bit too, because I was kind of like, oh, well, they're gonna be able to see all the beta, and that's not fair to the first person who goes out there. But Carlo said that it can actually be a little bit confusing watching everybody go.
Sure.
And so it can work either way.
Yeah, once you see 5 people do something 5 different ways,
Right.
it makes you second guess your original, the way you interpreted the moves.
Yeah.
Although I wouldn't say that, at least for the men especially, the routes have not been particularly beta intensive. There's been some sort of like you were talking about the screw-on jibs that it's a little bit hard to see at home, but they're sort of like small holds added onto these bigger volumes. You can see a couple down there by his feet there. Those are a little hard to see from the ground, but I think the competitors are pretty used to feeling those out on the fly.
Yeah.
it kind of becomes a skill that you just anticipate that the root setters are probably going to do something because it sort of makes sense.
Well, he's doing pretty well here.
Yeah, Timothy Kang putting himself in position, but not quite.
We got a double screen of him, double shots. And that's because I think the women's roots, yeah, they're still being brushed. We talked to the root setters a little bit about the roots and what to expect and what they were going for, but we didn't have too much time to talk to them. We'll talk to them before semifinals and finals so that we can get a little bit more information. Because it's always good to know what's going through their heads. And
yeah, they don't like to divulge their secrets.
yeah, we asked them to talk about it, and they're like, I don't know. We need to talk to our boss and see what we can say, which is totally understandable.
It's like they work for the CIA or something.
I know.
A lot of it's, I think, coming from the place where they really just want to let the roots speak for themselves and let the climbers' interpretation of them as part of the competition sort of speak for the work. They don't want to prescribe, this is how it's supposed to go or it's supposed to be this hard.
Right.
I know a lot of people at home love to know how hard the roots are, and we certainly do too. Kind of gives you a barometer for how difficult they are, but I think, and we get this at all the comps we do, the root setters they're not going for like a specific grade necessarily. They're just they know like a general difficulty range they want to put out there for the climbers that will get them the separation they want based on their expectation for how strong the field is from top to bottom.
Yeah, that was interesting about the grades at the bouldering nationals. We talked to one of the root setters and I was like, how hard are these? And he had to really think about it for a while to figure out what the grades were. So it's not, you're right, it's not really their first concern.
And they'll be definitely taking in all this action today to make any tweaks for semifinals. They're always sort of adjusting the formula, try and give the climbers the best opportunity to separate themselves, but also put on a good show for the crowd here at the gym and everyone watching at home as well. See Max Hammer there out for the men.
And it's also interesting to me that the formats will change whether it's semifinals or finals or qualifiers. So it's not always going to be this flash format.
Yeah, I think the flash format is just kind of like out of practicality. It just would be really hard to do an on-site format with 2 qualifying routes. It's just easier to let everyone out.
Right, so tomorrow in semifinals, there'll be 2 routes again for men and women, but for finals, there will only be 1.
I think there should only be 1 for semis.
Oh, is there?
Yeah.
My bad.
But yeah, like you said, it'll be on-site format, so they won't be able to see how anybody else does.
They'll just be able to hear in ISO.
Got 2 more men on Route B before we get back to the top of the order. Thomas Pitzel, who has had over 2 hours basically of rest. He was the first competitor out on male Route A. He'll be out on male Route B here in probably 10 minutes or so. So that is a pretty significant amount of time to not really climb.
That is pretty significant. And luckily they have a bouldering wall back there that they can keep warm on.
I saw a lot of the competitors sort of just socializing down there, watching everyone else does. I think they sort of know how much time they need to rev back up for their next climb.
Right. Well, and when you climb as much as they do, they kind of know their bodies like that.
And funnily enough, there is actually a former national champion on the wall right now. It's just route setter Brad Weaver there, cleaning men's Route A. Brad took the title 3 years ago in very exciting fashion out of Center 1. That was his last nationals. Switched over to route setting. Full time, it seems. Love to see Brad back competing one of these years.
Yeah, a lot of people, like even the producer at LT11, John Glassberg, he used to compete, and then now he's behind the scenes. It seems like it happens to a lot of people. They want to be involved, but they don't necessarily want to compete.
I've just seen him on Snapchat all night. I don't know.
He's producing.
Yeah, he's producing content.
Yes. Important content that he's laughing about.
Looks like we're back in action for the women's side of thing here.
Can't quite see who that is.
Should be Mimi Nissan. It is a little hard to see from this vantage point, but I believe she was first out on Route B, so now she switched to Route A. It definitely seems like Route B for the women maybe a little bit easier, so maybe slightly beneficial to go second on Route A.
Yeah, that's true. I think that's Audrey Sneezek on women's B. She's out of Washington. Like we said, she used to live in Las Vegas. She was part of that community. She's climbed 514B outside.
And on the right there for the men, 17-year-old Matthew Kenny, Plano, Texas.
Mimi came off of women's A, a little more than halfway up. I think it'd be a tough job to be one of these belayers. I don't think I would want that job.
Yeah, have you ever belayed for a rope competition before?
No, I think I'm too small.
It gets really hard to walk.
Walk?
By the time the day's over, your hips and your legs have just taken so much abuse.
Yeah, because they fall. They almost always fall.
Yeah, if you think about it, for the men's route, there's 69 guys. Most of them are going to take a big whipper on the belayer.
Speaking of big whippers, that's Audrey Sneezek coming off of women's B. And it'll be interesting to see how tired they are after doing their first climb, because all of these people have now done one climb.
It's been about 2 hours of rest for the women that are coming up right now. That's not a very standard session at the gym to warm up bouldering and climb up 513 plus and then hang out for 2 hours.
Right.
Try not to get tired, but not get cold as well.
It's Natalia Grossman, I think, on the left there. She's out of Team ABC from Boulder. She's only 15 years old.
But as much as what you're seeing out here is part of what these competitors train for, it's also like the preparation is something they practice, they train for, simulate these scenarios. They get pretty good at getting ready to climb, knowing just what they need to do to get ready.
Right. I mean, I wonder if Robin Erbesfield puts them through cycles like this, where they do a 13 plus and then they rest for an hour. because you really have to moderate how much you're eating and when you're eating, and you have to think about all of those things. I think on the right, well, on women's B, you have Rosie Bates. She's out of Washington. She's 26 years old, and she's 5'6".
Any surprises for you so far, Neely? About halfway through.
No, not really. You kind of expected Ashima to come out, Margot to come out and do the climbs. I'm excited that, these routes are really dividing the field. It's not like everybody's coming out and flashing everything, because that would be a little bit more boring. And that's what it's all about, as entertaining us, right?
Yeah, it has been pretty even distribution, really. And yeah, no real surprises. I guess not surprising, but to see Vasilij Vorotnikov back, see him climbing well is just cool to see. So that was definitely a surprise coming into the weekend. I wasn't expecting to see him here. But yeah, otherwise, like you said, the favorites all kind of doing what they're supposed to do.
Right, what they're supposed to do, what they're paid the big bucks to do.
It's one surprise for me so far, looking at some of the unofficial results, is Ross Fulkerson for the men in second position right now.
Yeah. Yeah, what do we have on our unofficial results right now?
For the men, yeah, halfway through, we got Drew Ruana, Ross Fulkerson, Kai Leitner, Jesse Grouper, Josh Levin, Noah Ridge, Solomon Barth, Ben Hanna, Ben Isaac Tresco, and Vasilij Vorotnikov in the top 10 right now. So if they can put in a solid performance on their second route, should position themselves nicely for semifinals. But yeah, Ross definitely new.
Yeah, and he's only
adult nationals.
He's only 15.
He did really well on Route A there, so that's why he's up there, just behind Drew Ruana, who was the only climber to finish Route A for the men. So that's why he's out there. It looks like we got 4 tops for the men on Route B. And then for the women, really no real surprises in the top 10 as of yet. See how things shake out.
It's pretty consistent, though, with how many tops we have. For the men, we have 4 tops on B, like you said, and 1 on top A, or 1 top on A. And then for the women, we have 3 tops on B and 1 on A.
Yeah, that's funny.
There's one that's consistently harder for both of them. So that's Piper Kelly there on women's B. I wish they'd have their names on the back so that everybody could know. Maybe we can nudge them in that direction. Piper is from Indianapolis. She's 17 years old. And off she goes.
Looks like we're back in action for the men on Route A there. Should be Skylar Smith.
Yep.
"17-year-old Skylar Smith from Durango, Colorado." Another youth competitor out here on the adult scene. I don't even think I remember the last person that has competed that didn't compete on the youth circuit. Kind of all part of the process. Claire Bukowski out there for the women on the right side there.
Blue hair matching her blue pants.
I like it.
Skylar Smith coming off there. That'll wrap up his qualifying round here. Chris, you're just down on the floor. What's the energy like downstairs? Are people keeping the psych level high?
You know, to be totally honest, the psych level is kind of middling.
They don't want to peak too early, I think.
Exactly. Kind of like our broadcast right here. You know, we're taking it mellow. We're getting the job done, but the real action is going to be happening tomorrow. And I think the crowd right now, a lot have been here for quite a few hours, and yeah, everybody is really just getting started. So yeah, it's crowded though. It's definitely crowded.
The crowd is crowded.
The crowd is definitely crowded.
It's kind of fun to be back in a gym for rope nationals. We've had bouldering nationals in sort of big cavernous spaces the last few years. And it makes for a great setup for the walls and everything, but it's a little hard to fill those spaces. They're just so big, especially this year at the Salt Palace, just a massive place. So it kind of harkens back to some of the vibe you get at like the old spot comps. Kind of get that at these rope climbing comps where it's always at a gym. You kind of just pack in as many people as you can.
I don't think you can mimic the spot comps vibes.
Yeah, it's really not healthy, probably.
That too.
It's too many kids here.
So I was just corrected. I misspoke earlier when I said that Kai Leitner was the collegiate champion. I don't know why I said that. He's the continental champion. Just want to throw that out there so that I don't get yelled at later.
Kyra Condi now is on female B. We'd better keep an eye on her because she'll be done pretty quick.
Zoom, zoom. She did well on, wait, is that her on B?
Yep.
Well, she did really well on A then. She got to the second to last hold, I think.
Yeah, she definitely had one of the high points. Yeah, she got the third highest on Route A for the women thus far. Looks like we'll definitely be taking 23 women to semifinals.
Yeah, that's right.
So we'll definitely be getting some bonus climbing all weekend long based on those special cases that Neely was talking about earlier. World champions in the field for the women. They're already on the national team, so we want to take some extra climbers into each round to fill out the U.S. national team.
On the right, we have Bobby Taft Pittman from Longwood, Florida, of all places. He is 17 years old. He looks to have a lot of core strength. He's making these moves look very slow and easy.
He climbed really well on Route B as well.
He sure did.
I don't believe I've seen him out here on the adult circuit before, so always fun to see some newer faces out here climbing well.
I mean, I think I would spend a lot of time in a climbing gym if I lived in Florida. There's nothing else to do down there.
I'd spend a lot of time online trying to find somewhere else to live. But that's just for, you know, outside climbing.
Right.
Kyra climbing very measured for Kyra Condi.
Getting high up on this women's B. And there goes Bobby Taft-Pittman.
Whoa, and we got a nice whipper on female A there.
Yeah, Bobby could make it into semis.
Definitely.
Strong effort on both qualifiers, and I think he'll make it through. Kyra Condi not quite able to make it through Route B there for the women.
Basically the same performance that she had on the first one. Getting very close to the top, second to last hold.
She should be through to semis, though. She did very well on the first problem, so that's going to help her out quite a bit.
You know, something I found interesting when we were listening to the judges meeting was that they get judged differently, or they get different amount of points if they use their left hand as opposed to their right hand on holds, because there's a certain sequence that they were going for, and if they don't do it right, they don't get as many points.
Yeah, if that's the highest hold they get, they only get credit for the highest hold they get in sequence.
Yeah, I think it's to discourage people when they think they're going to fall, just to like touch the next hold as opposed to trying to make real progress toward the sequence. And it seems to work. Their point system works well.
Yeah, when I competed, I was definitely the king of just spazzing out to get to the next hold, get some partial credit. Which is why I'm up here now.
When did you compete?
Oh, you know,
Last year.
several years ago.
That was when they still had just like wood holds on the wall and they glued rocks onto the epoxy.
It's not
Grace.
chipping if it's inside, Chris.
Ah, there you go. Grace McKeon on B there. Psyched to see her again. She performed very well on A. I expect to see her in semis tomorrow. And actually in finals as well.
It's Charlie Farmarzi on men's A there. The green grips.
Grace McKeon shaking out. Is that Thomas Pitzel?
Yeah, we're back in action on men's B. It's all fresh and clean.
A couple Georgia guys out there. The last guy was from Georgia too. He's from Alpharetta, Georgia. He's 21 years old and he is 5'10". He's also a speed climber.
You can hear the crowd yelling, "Come on, Grace! Come on, Grace!" They're always rooting for Team Texas, Team Lone Star, rather. They have a lot of Texas folks down there. They're always a heavy presence at these comps, and it's always fun to watch.
They must get like a group discount on flights up here or something.
Charter a plane.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're definitely ABC rivals. Team ABC rivals. This seems to be the hard part on women's B here.
Claire Irvine coming out of Texas. Had an option shown on the first round. And the Claire expects the same this time around. Come on, Claire. Claire has an awesome showing pretty much every time she's in. Yeah, classic Team Texas style.
Claire Burfine there on the left, speaking of Team Texas. So Claire topped women's B. Oh, there goes Grace McKeon, but she got pretty high.
Kind of boned by the clip there. She made the move, but then figured she had to clip it, and clipped and fell.
Claire was one of the 3 women to top B. So we'll see if she can do that same with women's A.
It's definitely a good way to ensure that you make it to semifinals, is to just not fall.
Yeah,
It's a Sean Bailey method last year.
that's right.
Did he just flash everything?
Pretty much.
Claire just diving into that bat hang sequence.
Got Daniel Martins on men's A.
Claire's come so close to winning this a couple times. Basically ending in a tie in finals a couple of years in a row.
She's been hanging out there for a while. It's Owen Demler Buckley on men's B.
Not surprising, Claire Burfine is nearing the top of women's A, a place where not too many have climbed yet in this competition.
The only person to top out A has been Margot Hayes.
Still so many moves to go.
It doesn't look like she's efforting, as Brian would say, too hard. So it looks like she's got a fair chance up here.
And I wonder if it's almost beneficial, even though this one seems harder, she may be a little bit more warmed up than she might have been earlier.
Yeah.
Certainly, no matter what happens from this point on, she's going to have a very good result on this route and be through to the semifinal.
It must be sort of a shock to the system to boulder and then come out and climb super hard routes. It feels like you have to sort of warm up on easier routes to get your head in the space. Nice.
Wow.
See if she can figure this out. No. She hits the eject button there. And that is,
Well, the second highest next to Margot's top, Claire Burfine.
out there for the men, we got Ben Hanna on the right side of your screen.
Ben Hanna on the right. He did very well on the first men's route here.
He got the 4th highest so far on men's A.
Doing what quite a few guys have done. Wait until that quick draw is about at their knees before clipping.
Yeah, that's super smart. Although he actually missed the draw, I think, the first time. Cleaned it up nicely. One more clip to make from that position.
Pinky on with the right hand, pinky off for the left. That's how Ben is matching that hold right now. It's kind of interesting.
Oh, that was Grace DeGiorgio from Lone Star Climbing in Texas. Just fell off women's B.
Looks like a ground floor belay there.
Certainly by this point, Ben knows that a number of other men have finished this problem, so he knows it's doable. He's seen them do it. Definitely will give you a climber confidence to see a handful of other people able to complete something.
Got a lot of good resting going on here.
Yeah, Juliet Hammer out there. Resting quite a bit for being pretty low on the route there.
What are you trying to say, Brian?
Just nothing in particular, Chris. Thanks.
Juliet Hammer on the left of your screen is out of the Denver Bouldering Club, DBC. She's 22 years old. Another petite climber at 5 feet tall. And she took 2nd place at 2014 CCS Nationals.
Meanwhile, Ben Hanna possibly setting the record for resting on this hold.
Yeah,
He has been there for quite a while.
What is he still doing over there?
He's stalling. Something I know well. That chalk bag, though, it's amazing. Like, you can't see it from here, but it has fur on it.
It'll be interesting to see if this pays off for him. He's been resting there for well over a minute at this point.
Yeah, now he's got both pinkies on. He's improved his resting technique so far.
Should be judged on his resting techniques.
Oh, pinky off again.
Look, Merring.
Here he goes.
Motoring past him as he gets the crowd behind his effort here.
Yeah. Wow, looking strong.
Yeah.
So far, it has paid off. Oh, wow.
Yeah, getting those feet up high.
Charlie Andrews stepping up to hit Sarah afterwards. Lucas Temple getting into the intro, handing it out. Things are at least not hard, 5:13. I know gaming. We got that flag. Or what was that, a flag? Nice technique from Megan Mascarenas. Lucas Temple making his way up. Charlie Andrews. Doing well on the dirt afterwards. All right. Megan's clearly strong enough to static the dynos. Charlie and Lucas doing well over in the pin groups. All right, we got two Colorado climbers off on the left side of the wall. We got Colorado 2, Megan Mascarenas. Come on, guys. If you're not going to love somebody in the crowd, how could it not be from Colorado? Come on. You got this thing, Megan. Standing up into that head wall, guys. If you were saving your energy, probably right about now, right? Come on, Megan. You got this thing, Megan. This strategy was doing a little cliffhanger rest, so one arm, no key rest. Come on, Megan. You got this thing. Come on, make Colorado Springs proud. Let's do this. Oh yeah, they're with you. Come on, Megan. Yes, awesome. Come on, get this thing, Megan. Yeah, fabulous effort for Megan.
Oh, Megan Mascarenas made that last move look
Wow.
so easy.
That was awesome.
Mark her down for semifinals.
No kidding.
All right. You blink for 1 second, you look over, and Bob's is already a good way up the wall. Like I said, this guy knows when to sprint and he knows when to rest.
Vasia back here at Nationals after a couple-year hiatus. Looked pretty strong on his first qualifier.
That's years of battle hardened experience.
See how he fares here on his second.
Strokes gotten into the head wall here.
He is likely to make it to semifinals, though.
Yeah. Yeah, he is a powerhouse.
Guys are awfully quiet for Brooke.
Meanwhile, Brooke dancing up the wall.
Getting into the head wall means nothing to you people. Come on, guys. Come on, Bobby.
It's got to be a little bit of competitive fire going off for some of these women. Seeing Margot, doing so well outside, seeing her do well here on her first qualifier. Definitely want to try and keep pace with her.
Wow. Yeah, Brooke is just not struggling at all.
And here goes Vasya. Oh, and he kind of similar situation happened on his first route where he just kind of lost it. There's not typically any redos in a road climbing comp. As soon as you lose it all, Brooke Rabideau going for it.
That was awesome. She was pulling a World Cup boulder problem move on the last move of
Looked like her
route.
brother Sean.
That was sick.
Just going for it up there.
It's interesting. Margot grabbed that right handhold with her thumb up, and the other two ladies who've gotten there grabbed it thumb down and were ejected.
So still just Margot Hayes is the only woman to finish Route A there, as we see Tori Perkins on her second qualifier there.
So they've all been topped, Brian. Looks like our little bet at the beginning of this show
I heard that, but
has already been won.
I wasn't in the booth when the other one happened, so it didn't actually count.
Ah, right.
Tori Perkins in 18th position after the first route, so she's right in the mix for semifinals. Probably taking the top 23 for the women and top 21 for the men. That's probably how that'll shake out in the semifinals tomorrow morning. Check out live coverage of that at lt11.tv starting at 10 a.m. Mountain Time. Be whittling down our field to our top 8 finalists for finals tomorrow night. You're not going to want to miss that. It's always
Top 8/11.
8-ish.
Yeah.
8 plus.
That's right.
They just like to make things difficult for us here, Chris.
It is a living hell in this booth.
I'm smiling. And we have a fun vantage point here off to the side of the wall. Tristan Chen not quite able to reel in that sequence there. He had a very solid performance in qualifiers here. Leslie Ladd out there on the far left for the women. And Lauren Jackson just getting started.
I'm just rejoining you guys and looking at Lauren Jackson. She's from Lone Star Climbing. Once again.
How was it in the outside world there, Neely?
It was delicious. Dinner was delicious.
Nice.
Lauren Jackson is only 16 years old. One of our many youngsters.
And on the opposite side of the spectrum there for the men is 41-year-old Tybor Nagy.
Did you say 41?
That's what my information here says.
Snap.
From Atlanta, Georgia.
Good for him.
I think he might be the oldest competitor.
Yeah, he's got to be. I think the other, well, I don't exactly just want to call them all out, but I know Audrey Sneezek and Becky Switzer, whom I talked to, both of whom I talked to actually earlier today, are also getting up there. But I'd say 41 tops it.
You're getting up there. They're like over 20.
Ooh,
That was a spectacular fall.
Yeah. That is the kind of fall you do not want to take.
She looks to be okay down there.
She's standing.
Yep. Ben Isaac Tresco moving on up for the men there. Moving through this field pretty quickly. We're well past halfway at this point in this qualification round.
And it's only 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
Might still be time to get a session here after.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, surprisingly, I've never climbed here, but it is a pretty sweet gym, and I want to climb here now. There's really great angles, a really good mixture of climbing terrain here, which is great for comps, and I think that's partly why they built it the way they did.
Ben Tresco, determined as ever.
And once again, Ben Tresco last year took 3rd place here. Well, not here, but at Roots Nationals. And on men's A, he got to the 2nd to last hold. Oh, there's Noah Ridge on men's A.
There he is.
So he topped B. Noah did.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be in semifinals, and he might just be sneaking into finals. You never know. He certainly hiked that first route.
Yeah. Pretty effortlessly. In 2014, he was he took 2nd place at Roots Nationals. And the year before that, he took 3rd.
Ben Tresco fighting for the top here. Most guys lose this fight. Let's see what happens.
Right. It seems like at this point, you need to breathe and hold it together. And figure out these high feet up here. Oh, wow.
Amazing effort, Ben Tresco.
Basically the same performance on both, 2nd to last-ish hold.
Yeah, after the first round, I mean, he's in like 8th position, which is quite good, especially considering there's 4 or 5 people tied for 3rd. So, yeah, Ben's way up there. Not surprisingly.
Yeah, he did a great job. Noah Ridge is also doing a great job. It seems like most people are thwarted by this next hold. It looks like he knows that too. So we went to it super statically, which seems like it's pretty necessary because it's such a terrible hold. He might do this. And he does it. Nice. Noah tops for both A and B.
Wow. Awesome.
Yeah. Comeback kid here so far. So we'll definitely see him in semifinals. On men's B, we have Remy Arata, Team ABC out of Boulder. Born and raised in Boulder. Interesting story about Remy. This year in rifle, he and his dad had a gun pulled on them whilst driving around outside of the canyon. Whilst, yes. And I think that's terrifying. It was like a road rage scenario. Totally off topic, but that's what I think of when I think of Remy.
Road rage Remy.
No. He wasn't the road rager.
Sounds good, though.
Mm-hmm. So that was Michael Finn Henry, who just fell off of men's A. But Remy's holding on. And I still can't tell who that is on women's A.
I think we're looking at Katie Lamb. It is hard to tell from here.
Yeah, Remy. See how long he hangs out here.
Yeah. Yeah, that's Katie Lamb doing awesome on female A. Wow.
Katie Lamb's out of Lexington, Massachusetts. She's 19 years old, and she's 5'4". There she goes.
Jennifer De La Torre on women's B.
She's out of South Lake Tahoe, California. She's 27 years old, so one of our older competitors. That sounds so weird.
Yeah.
Well, Remy's still on the wall. Looking a little shaky.
Wow. Great work by Remy Arata. Made the last clip.
Yeah, we may see him in semifinals.
Carrie Scott on the left of the screen.
And that's Griffin Barros King. Just falling off men's A. Anna Kelly is starting off on women's B. She's from Evanston, Illinois. She's 19 years old, and she's 5'7". She's got a lot of comps on her roster. She is a seasoned competitor. On the right in the green shirt is Derek New. He climbs at Rockin' and Jammin'. He's from Castle Rock, Colorado, and he's 16 years old.
Got Ryan Copeland there, barely clinging to the green holds on men's A. Getting near the end of the men's field for A. Looks like we have fewer than 20 left. Got 19 guys to go. We're narrowing it down to just 20 for tomorrow morning.
And then somewhere around 8 for tomorrow evening. We'll have 8 competitors, maybe more, probably more, because of the fact that we have a few world champions on our roster here.
Got a little tricky clipping action going on female B.
Well, they're kind of, I mean, not for outside standards, but they're sort of high above their bolt. I mean, she almost just went to the ground there, so it's probably a little intimidating.
That was Sarah Sarno. Yeah, feet just a few feet off the deck there.
Yeah, you can't fall clipping that one, that's for sure.
Meanwhile, Carrie Scott on the left getting quite high, and it seems like she's been on that route for a while. And there it goes. Excellent showing by Carrie Scott, though. Not too many women have gotten that high. And on deck for female B is Becky Switzer, one of the top 3 most seasoned competitors here tonight.
On men's A is Skylar Bowl. He's out of Fort Collins, Colorado, 17 years old. These guys are neck and neck.
The guys are dropping like flies.
Nice rhyme, Chris.
Well, I think you are. It's always fun for me to see Becky compete. She has a real job, a real adult life, lots going on. And yet she's competing against all these youngsters whose parents always take them to the comps and pay for everything. It's great to watch. It's great to watch that happen. A real person here climbing with the kids.
You know, it's interesting because while she has a full-time job, these kids are in school all the time too. And who knows, maybe they have jobs too. So it's not...
Yeah, it's possible.
I mean, some of them might have jobs. It's possible.
I bet you Becky Switzer's work week's a little harder than these kids.
I'm just saying, it's not like they're all just full-time pro climbers. Sometimes I think having a full schedule can make you a better climber, a more disciplined climber. That's what Michaela Kirsch says about her at full schedule, that it demands that she make time for climbing.
Ooh, wow, that was a little surprise from Becky there. Looks like she just made a mistake.
Yeah, she kind of fell off in slow-mo.
Yeah, that was strange. That was too bad. But yeah, there's definitely something to that. I agree. A lot of the full-time van life climbers really don't get after it like a lot of the weekend warriors.
Yeah,
That's definitely true.
Yeah, that's what happened to us when we were in the van.
How long were you guys in the van anyway, you and your husband Seth?
Well, we were technically in the van for 3 months, I think. And then I decided I hated the van. And then we lived on the road in apartments, which is much better. Better choice.
What did you hate about van life?
That it was approximately 70 square feet for 2 people and a dog.
Boom. Nailed it.
There are no doors in vans.
Well, somebody's climbing fast there on female B. Pretty impressive. Stand by for names. That must be Lauren Bear. Yeah, impressive.
And on the right, Augie Cohn has made his way to the rest on men B. Augie is another local climber out of Denver, Colorado, 24 years old, and he is 5'7". When asked about his comp record on the questionnaire to do this comp, the question is, have you done any comps and how have you done? And he just said, nope. So apparently he doesn't compete much, but he's doing really well.
Yeah, Augie is a really good boulderer. I've seen him out in Las Vegas a few times, and he does actually compete quite often. I wonder what his deal was on the questionnaire. Maybe he was just over it. But yeah, he's doing surprisingly well, I'd say. I mean, I've seen him do well in bouldering comps, but this is a great thing to see him out here on these sport walls.
Yeah, he's getting his money's worth right now.
Yeah. Seems like that hold is getting its money's worth for this comp.
Pinky on. Pinky on.
That's right. Yeah, I'd say that hold by far has gotten the most love of any in this comp. Love.
There's some heavy hitters coming up here pretty soon. I have Ashima and Margot on the wall at just about the same time.
Nice.
Should definitely be worth the price of admission.
Yeah. Yeah, the female in this this competition is going to be really, really interesting. Meanwhile, Augie is getting super high here. I'm impressed.
Doing it with style.
Let me see if he can reel this in.
Oh, so close.
That was a wild effort from Augie Cohn there.
Wow, he had the forearm wrap, but still couldn't stick it. That was wild.
Do you guys remember how he did on A?
Yeah, he did well.
Yeah, he was in 8th after the first problem, or first route, so that will probably put him in the semis.
Right.
Yeah.
There's Margot Hayes on women's B.
All right, defending champion Margot Hayes with the liquid chalk halfway up her arm. That's why she's got those white gloves. Looks like white gloves.
Interesting.
Really excited to see how Margot does.
So 3 people have topped B. Brooke, Claire, and Ashima. I have no doubt that she'll do this. If she doesn't, I'll be really surprised.
It's going to be a fascinating women's comp to see how it unfolds here. Route setters are really going to have to do their best to test these women. We've seen in the past few years that the women's final route maybe been a little bit on the easy side, and the level has obviously gone up even more this year, so definitely looking forward to that tomorrow night. Jesse Grouper there for the men, pretty high up on Route A.
Jesse Grouper topped B, so he's doing well today. He's not looking tired.
Well, so far, every time I left the booth, somebody has sent this route, so
You need to leave.
I'll just step aside for a second. This is such a stressful resting position with his arm engaged like that, his right arm at least.
Margot just casually making her way toward the top of her route.
This is the part that people have problems with, and it seems like you have to be sort of contortionist to do it, which Margot definitely is. Lots of drop knees here of all sorts.
And Simon Hibbler there on the right, making his way up the volumes of men's B. Wow.
And here goes Jesse.
Statically grabbing those slopers. Intelligent choice.
Man,
Wow.
Noah and Jesse just made that move look so easy.
Real easy.
It's like somebody changed something on that route or something. That's really impressive.
Meanwhile, Margot has not even had to turn it on yet. Pretty amazing.
2 for 2 for Margot Hayes,
Wow.
our defending champion. Doing as good as you can do here during qualifiers.
Yeah, defending national champion and world champion for her age right now, combining overall bouldering sport and speed. Simon choosing not to rest for too long.
You might have to talk to him about that at the gym next time you see him, Chris.
That's right. You know, I'm glad you brought that up, Ryan. Thank you.
See if he can make this work anyway. He's still going to get pretty high on the route here, regardless of what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, making it look easy. Come on.
Excellent fight. Simon Hibbler, local Boulder guy. Yeah, route setting is awesome on that route. A lot of tricks there on the last moves. A lot of people coming off.
Kai Leitner stepping up to Route A there. Chauncey Carroll out for the women. And Ashima Shiraishi out on the far left side of your screen. She did top qualifier B, trying to match Margot Hayes' effort. It'll be really fun to see how Ashima does the top of this route. Big wide pinches.
With the double clutch that Brooke tried to do.
Yes, that would be.
I doubt that will happen.
Be pretty sick if she went for that and stuck it.
Yeah, she'd do the splits and before she did that.
Martin Cannell back out on the far right side for the men, just below Kai Leitner there.
So Kai pretty easily topped B.
Just based on how we saw Jesse Grouper climb Route A just now, gotta think Kai Leitner should be able to make easy work of that move.
Yep.
But we are seeing some separation from the men there. A lot of the men have been resting where Jesse was resting, but then flaming out right away. And then Jesse rested quite a while and then finished it up relatively easily. So he's looking really strong.
It's hard to know who to watch. Ashima on the left or Kai in the center there.
I know.
Both champion climbers here. Not to mention Chauncey Carroll getting really high on B as well, doing awesome.
Yeah, that's a fun juxtaposition between Chauncey and Ashima. Chauncey's been competing for a long time.
Kai Leitner took second place last year at Ropes Nationals and second place at bouldering this year. Yeah. No big deal, that reach for him.
He's just cruiser right now.
He's so calm. It's
little
really
Michaela
cool.
Michaela Shake right near the top. That was pretty awesome.
What'd you call it? A bird flap?
Bird flap.
So 2 for 2 for Kai Leitner.
Wow.
So he is, I think, probably through to the semifinals. He doesn't make it something weird happen.
And for Ashima, who has climbed V15, guaranteed none of these moves are hard. None of them.
Yeah, so the route setters said that these routes for the ladies are mid to upper 13s, and Ashima has climbed 14D outside. So this is still probably challenging for her, but
So far, Margot Hayes has made them look mid to upper 5'11". But that's what good climbers do. They make really hard climbing look really easy. Shima getting up into this top section where we've seen a lot of the women start to have difficulties. Just a few of the women have made it past this point that she's at right now.
and we don't want to ignore Claire Bresnan, who's on women's B right next to Ashima. She's from Colorado Springs.
Oh, wow.
Here we go.
Yeah, Ashima looking cash.
See if she can figure out the right hand position. Is she clipping the anchors right now?
Yeah.
I think she just clipped the anchors from 2 moves from the finish.
That's unusual.
She's still got to get to the finish hold. But
More
that is
points.
Yep, and that was the key. That right hand flip, thumbs up.
Yeah.
That's what Margot did.
very well done.
Smart.
From safety first for Ashima Shiraishi.
What the heck was that?
She's always finding interesting things to do up there, so she will be easily through to the semifinals, tied with Margot Hayes for first place. That's definitely a battle we're going to be excited to watch
Oh, yeah.
all weekend long.
All weekend long.
Ashima's first adult nationals. Margot defending her title. That's Charlie Malone over there for the men. Getting spit off that steep volume section.
So that's Michaela Kirsch getting ready for women's B, and she is the last person to be on this route for the day.
Whoa.
Yeah,
That snuck up.
it did.
So Michaela got close to topping out A, but she didn't quite do it. So even if she does do this, she will not be tied for first like Ashima and Margot.
I sort of wonder what the tactical mindset of the competitors is. That they can obviously see where everyone else is getting to, and they know they only need to make top 20. So there's not necessarily a lot of value in getting a high seeding in the semifinals.
Yeah, but you don't exactly see them letting go.
No.
Well, maybe there is value in getting a high seating. I mean, maybe they want to go last tomorrow morning. I don't know. I mean, certainly in the Seco Comp style, they will come down and jump off because there's no point.
Right.
Sure.
But it's so obvious because you're right next to the person. And here, I think there's probably a bit of like, well, I might as well make 5 more moves.
Yeah, I mean, you never know for sure.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I was thinking the same thing. But yeah, who knows? Probably best just to do your thing, clip the chains, and go to bed.
Could be a real mental game if you just sandbag it during qualifiers and semis without showing
I know.
your full potential.
Yeah.
But yeah, like you said, we've seen these competitors just going all out on each route, which is obviously makes for the better show here.
Yep. A little bird flapping going on there. Michaela Kirsch. 14C after 14C.
Pretty much climbing in the red in a nutshell right there. Just grab a hold, shake.
Yep.
Go to the next hold, shake. And just make the hold smaller.
I wonder how she would climb if she wasn't allowed to do it. Because you know how much of that is mental.
Got to clip every draw. No bird flaps.
I'll have to ask her about that. Kayla's always fun to talk to.
Powering up through this part. She looks a little pumped. Let's see this, Michaela.
All eyes here at Movement Denver on Michaela Kirsch right now. Only competitor on the wall at the moment.
If she does top this, she'll be one of 5 people.
I'm really going to be working on my bird flap shake.
Yeah, obviously it works. Who knows? I probably do it. It's not like you pay attention. Nice.
Wow. Awesome.
That was great.
Paying off there for
She-
Michaela.
She's going to be happy with that. She was telling us earlier she was kind of tired because she's in finals, getting ready for all this stuff in school and traveling. And yeah,
She had to spend all morning learning.
she didn't look tired. Wow.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing a number of tops now. Still just 2 for women's A, but the rest of the routes getting sent some frequency at this point.
Mighty Megan on women's A. I'm sure she loves that we call her that too. On the right of your screen is Joey Katama on men's B. He's from Thousand Oaks, California, and he's 17 years old. He got 2nd in Sport Youth Nationals in 2016, 5th in Sport Youth Nationals in 2014, so
And it looks like Shane Sand in green just to the left, and he's off.
Joey made it to the rest hold.
Meanwhile, Megan Martin is American Ninja Warrioring her way through that overhang.
She said that she was worried about the toe hook in this area. I think that's what she was talking about, because she has Velcro on her shoes, so I wonder if she'll try to avoid that.
Man, it would be nice to be able to clip that one, though.
Yep.
Kind of a funky fall. Ooh.
Cliffhanger,
oh.
cliffhanger. That's total American Ninja Warrior move.
That's
Nice,
what Brooke did,
Megan.
too. That was
Oh,
awesome.
I missed it.
But, yeah, but Brooke was kind of like looking a little different there.
A little less like an American Ninja Warrior.
Yeah, but I like this look. Yeah, Megan is one of the friendliest competitors out there.
Oh, yeah. She's super sweet
Yeah.
and super fun. She loves having fun.
Yeah, it's great.
She's got a great attitude.
And we're getting near the top over here on men's B.
Yeah, Joey
Joey
Katama.
Katama.
He's looking
Yeah.
fresh.
Wow. Oh. Still a very good showing for Joey Katama.
Yeah.
3 holds from the top.
It's so cool to see guys of all sizes do that. It looks like a reachy move what he just fell off of. He's only 5'6", and Kai is like 6 feet. It's amazing what we can do. Megan Martin wrestling with that sloper. Gave us a good show. On men's A is Palmer Larson. Crowd's giving him a lot of love. He's from Utah. He's 21 years old.
And we have 18-year-old Lauren Melton getting ready on female A, just stepping up. She's from Claremont, California.
Oh, I think it's Laurel Melton.
Laurel Melton. Bam.
Boom. After Laurel, we have 9 more ladies to go, and then we are done. Men's B is Clay Gordon climbing. He is from Scottsdale, Arizona, and he's 15 years old, so this is his first adult nationals. He was 4th overall at Youth Worlds in China in 2016. And 3-time youth national champion, 2 for sport and 1 for speed. He's strong.
He's got to get to this rest. See if he can recover now. He was expending a lot of energy, you can see. Got a Ben Hanna sighting down there. Is that accurate? I feel like there's a typo on this running order. Definitely not Ben Hanna.
Nope.
Pretty sure he's done for the day.
Yeah. Some typos are just in the mind, Brian.
That happens, some frequency. That is Devin Hammonds on the left side
Swoop.
of the men's area there. And we're running out of women.
Isn't that always the problem?
I think I'll recruit some more. I know there are some more out here in the Boulder, Denver Metroplex.
I think it'd be interesting to take a few people out of the crowd and put them on these routes, you know? Then you see how hard it is for mortals.
I think it'd be boring because most of us would just fall right off.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, it is a very skewed perspective, isn't it? Seeing all these crushers get on this.
You never know around here, though. A lot of random people climb super hard.
Yeah, that's true.
Suzu Jeffrey out there. Get under that roof.
Suzu Jeffrey is from Denver, so this is her home turf.
God, so many from Denver.
Yeah. A little funky fall there. And that 6-foot draw.
Yeah, I'm sort of freaked out by these falls a little bit right now. One of my friends just broke his leg by getting smashed into the wall on an overhang. So that was no good.
That's not good for anybody.
No. But these are great belayers. They're taking good care of our climbers. I'm actually really impressed by their skills.
Yeah, they are the unsung heroes of this comp, to be honest. Yeah, the belayers do not take breaks. I mean, they take breaks, but like when they're there doing their job, they need to be 100 on, and they're doing a great job.
Yeah.
So yeah, cheers to the belayers.
And they are all volunteers.
Yeah, that would be a tough job.
It's a thankless job.
Yeah.
So one of the players down there was Katie Lamb's dad, actually. Kind of funny. Usually keep it in the family around here. A lot of the volunteers are parents.
Yeah, Kim Pucho's down there too. Not as a belayer, but as a judge. Not that there are any Puchos competing, but...
Julia Talbot heading up on women's A. Florence, Massachusetts. She's a 17-year-old. And up-and-comer, as we talked about before, she seems to just get better every year. Nathan Wythe on the right.
He's from Huntington Beach, California, 19 years old. It might be Withy.
Talbot hanging on there on the left. There's always that corner of the screen here where we just get to see some wild action.
We definitely have some semifinal contenders still coming up for their second qualifiers, like Drew Ruana, Carla Traversi, Austin Guyman. And also, once I find what I'm looking for, Ross Fulkerson coming out second last on Route B. He's in third place after the initial round of qualifiers.
Josh Levin, too, is coming out on men's A, and he topped. Let's see.
Yeah. See if Josh can also top problem number A, which is not
Not a number.
it's not a number, but it's whatever you want it to be these days, Chris.
Julia Talbot having a little trouble with that clip. Got to shake a few more times before another attempt. It looks like there actually is quite a bit of rope drag despite the 25-foot draw in the ceiling. I've noticed a number of competitors really struggling with clips at the top of the route.
Still to come for the women, Melina Costanza, who's in 3rd place right now unofficially. Stella Noble in the top 10. Bimini Horseman.
Yeah, don't underestimate Bimini.
And Marissa Romero, all in the top 10 and still to come on their second qualifier. Remember, you can go to usaclimbing.org, check out some unofficial live results. And also, you want to check back there for the official semifinal results. After things go final here, should be after we go off the air.
And a shout out to LT11 for doing this live production for us. You can find them at lt11.com and see all the other videos that they are so great at making.
Jordan Romig there. Men's A. Jordan trying to make something happen. He is in position to make it to semifinals if he can have a good showing here. That's not what he was looking for.
You're looking at Isabella Nowak on your left-hand side. She's from Westminster, Colorado, very close to here, so she's another local. She's only 15 years old. She got 9th place in Youth Bouldering Nationals this year. So another one of those unicorns who can do it all.
If she can have a good showing on this qualifier, she could make it through to semifinals. Gentry Cole out on the far right side for the men. He's also in the mix here. Remember, taking top 20 to semifinals. Started with 69 men and 52 women. So we're unfortunately sending quite a few competitors home early tonight. Just taking the top 20 from both genders to semifinals.
Almost had a slip up there in women's.
That'll do it for Gentry Cole's qualifying round here. It's Hogan Wilder out on qualifier A. Hogan is a 20-year-old climber from Charlotte, North Carolina. Took 8th place at Collegiate Nationals.
So you can get some unofficial results on usaclimbing.org. For the women, we have Margot Hayes and Ashima are tied. And then in third place, there's Melina Costanza, and fourth place is Brooke Rabatou. And fifth is Bimini Horseman. Again, we're taking 20 people. And there are still a few strong ladies to come. For the men, we have Drew Ruana in first place. This is all unofficial. Josh Levin, and then Ross Fulkerson, Solomon Barth, and Kai Leitner.
Sam Hoffaker out on men's B. Shane Messer there on A, and Luke Rodley on B. The right half of your screen.
That was Gina Kelbel, who just fell off of women's A. She's from Golden, another local. And she's 16 years old. There are 5 more women to climb, including Bimini Horseman, Marissa Romero, Isabel Gifford, Melina Costanza, and Stella Noble. That's Shane Messer you're seeing there on men's A. Holding on for dear life there.
He's still gonna make that clip too. He is
Not
in
off
no
that
man's
sloper.
land. That is Tough to have to do that two-finger pocket move twice.
Yeah.
See if he can recover. No.
Yeah. Tired him out.
That's disappointing, and he looks a little distressed about the state of his left hand there.
Uh-oh. Not bueno. So that's Bimini Horseman right there on women's A. So Bimini she came in first at SCS Youth Sport Nationals in 2016. She was a 6-time Youth US team member. And she came in second at Dark Horse in 2016. Figuring out that bat hang. On the right of your screen is Solomon Barth on men's B. And he's from Collegeville, Pennsylvania. He's 19 years old. And there goes Bimini. It was a good effort, though. And she has a really cool name. I wonder what that is. Like where that came from.
I think it's an island. We've had the same thought.
Oh, wait. It is an island. Embarrassingly, it was just on The Bachelor the other day.
Yeah, it's in the Bahamas. We'll just edit out the part where you reference The Bachelor.
I'm not ashamed.
Just 4 women left now.
Coming up is Marissa Romero.
Solomon Barth, well positioned on men's B over here. Unit number of the men finishes at this point. Seems to be by far the easier of the two. Josh Levin up on men's A. He finished B earlier. couple hours ago at this point, over 2 hours ago. Marissa Romero over there for the women.
She's another Team Texas climber from Frisco, Texas. She's 19 years old and 5'1". Solomon Barth making his way to the top, coming off of that rest. So he got to the last move on A. So he's most likely going to semis. Yeah, he's looking solid. Nice.
Satisfying finish for Solomon Barth in his qualifying round here. Definitely takes some confidence in the semifinals. We focus in now on Josh Levin.
Right, who did top men's B out.
As Neely was talking about when Josh was climbing before, he's a highly decorated youth competitor. Still in his early years on the adult circuit, really. He's in his early 20s.
Yeah, he's sponsored too. 510, Cliff Bar, North Face, Petzl. That's pretty legit. But he's also interested in mechanical engineering. I'm not sure if he's in school or if that's just an interest he's in.
Yeah, I think he's out studying on the West Coast.
That's Marissa Romero, coming off of women's A, but making good progress on it. Josh Levin asking for the crowd's support.
I think he's ready to go.
Yeah. Well, that was the crux.
By now he's seen how this move is done. Josh Levin, 2 for 2. He is back
Nice.
in top form. That is great to see. So the route setters really have their work cut out for them now in semifinals. Seeing some strong performances by a number of our competitors here.
Yeah, Noah, Kai, Josh, they all topped A and B.
That's a pretty big change. Last year, men's qualifiers were really hard. Saw very few tops. But those things tend to fluctuate from year to year.
Is that Isabel Gifford? Nope. Melina Costanza on women's A.
Joining you here back in the booth.
Hi, Chris.
Hey, how's it going?
It's good. Good. Good.
One and only Chris Widener. We missed you.
Aw. I did not miss the action, though. I was watching from a different view. That was incredible from Josh Levin and Solomon Barth.
Yeah, they crushed. Did you talk to anybody out there?
I talked to John Glassberg from Louder Than 11.
What'd he have to say?
He had to say this comp is incredible, and I agree.
That is Ryan Withy. I think I've said his name four different ways. I'll just try all of them. But he's from Huntington Beach, California. And he's 22 years old and 5'4".
Melina Costanza working her way up and looking great and relaxed.
Yeah. Super comfortable.
And Carlo Traversi is now stepping up, has just left the ground. Carlo, always a contender, exciting to watch, super nice guy. Happy to always see him here in these comps. Doesn't matter what he's doing on the rocks, whether it's bouldering, multi-pitch stuff, hard sport. He's always in these comps, and he always does well.
Yeah, and he's always fun to watch. He's a super dynamic climber, very confident.
He was lamenting the fact that his belayers are in Spain. Sport climbing made it difficult to train.
That's
the last few weeks.
Who's that?
He is referencing Maddie Hong and John Cardwell over their work, getting their Instagram follower count up.
Poor Carlo.
Getting that Margot Hayes bump.
Boom. Melina doing really well. Like, other women here have been falling off because they're slapping for holds, and she is just cruising it right now.
Yeah.
Wow.
Carlo did fall a little low on the first route he was on. See how he does. He was pretty confident about his prospects for this route if he could get onto the head wall.
Did you talk to him about it?
Yeah, he's pretty good at squeezing holds, so he needs to get up there. See if he can get some juice back at this rest. He looks a little bit fatigued.
Nice.
We've seen a lot of the guys get a lot back here.
It's kind of a reachy rest for Carlo, but he's making it work with that toe hook, the Kai Leitner toe hook. And there's Timothy Kang coming up to the left of Carlo.
Looked a little pumped.
I think we have our last female competitor of the qualifying round out on the wall.
Yeah, I think that's Stella Noble.
Indeed.
Things have moved quickly here this evening.
Nice. Yeah, Carlo's making a look cash right now. Very calculated climber.
Well, he's really good on pinches, so this suits him really well.
Yeah, like 3 pinches and a jump move is pretty much
It's him.
Pretty much what he does.
Every boulder problem in this spot he ever set. Oh, what a bummer.
A little surprising he didn't stick that, but whatever. He did awesome.
Yeah, it seems like he could possibly make it into semifinals.
I would think so. Definitely
Yeah.
not going to be a high qualifier, but just got to get in, and then the scores reset. So, and he just seemed to rush a little bit there. His foot got caught behind the rope, just a little bit as well.
Yeah, he looked like he was kind of pumping out.
Looked like he wished he didn't have a rope on.
Yeah, always.
We had 7 men left on B and 2.5 left on A. As Max Hammer is already mid-climb. Should definitely expect to see Max vying for the Speed National Championship tomorrow night. He's in 3rd place after the qualifiers this afternoon.
Stella pulling some cray-cray over there.
You know, that's different.
Yeah. I always want them to clip that because it looks a little sketch. But I think those holds are good.
Kind of wanted to do a figure 4, just because.
Why not?
I don't know that kids know what that is.
It's probably some app. Max Hammer needs some help out there. Not able to get that clip.
Great effort.
I think this is Nathan Parker on men's B. Team Durango. He's from Durango, Colorado, and he's 15 years old.
Stella Noble, a very accomplished outdoor climber as well as indoor climber. I love seeing the well-rounded folks out here in the comps.
Yeah, Team ABC tends to go outside. They take a lot of trips outside, which I think is cool. Got to learn those outdoor ethics. Oh. A little sketchy. Well, she fought. That was Stella Noble, our last female competitor.
Well, yeah, it's actually hard to believe it's over for the females. It's 9:15-ish Mountain Time, and before we started this comp, the judges meeting, they were talking about really wanting to make sure the comp moved along because there was a lot of concern that it would take forever. And it's actually panned out pretty well.
Yeah, we've been at it for a little over 4 hours.
Yeah, and that's not too bad.
And we're starting to get a good look at what the women's semifinal round is going to look like. If you go to usaclimbing.org, you can check that out, at least in an unofficial capacity at this point. No real surprises at this point in the top 10. Margot Hayes and Ashima Shiraishi out in front, tied for first after both flashing both qualifier routes.
And the other names that you would expect, like Brooke Robitou, Claire Burfind, Michaela Kirsch, Kyra Condi, and Megan Mascarenas even.
Yeah, that's maybe a little bit surprising just because we haven't seen her here at Rope Nationals in the past. So cool to see her here applying her bouldering skills
Yeah.
with some success.
Manny Quintana is right there on men's B. And that's Matthew Kenny on men's A. There's a close-up shot of Manny. He's from Murrieta, California, 17 years old. And he says here that he's 5'3". He's got some moves there. That hold looks terrible. It's nice to get a close-up of those.
Yeah, that was a great shot here by the LT11 crew.
That's surprising. That was Matthew Kenny once again from Lone Star Climbing in Texas. And that was our last competitor for men's A.
Still up for the men, though, on Route B is Austin Guyman and Drew Ruana, two powerhouses in this comp. And Ross Fulkerson. Yeah, Ross Fulkerson actually did super well. He was in second place after the first round.
These guys are going to be climbing alone. It's just men's B left.
That's Jess Walker.
So once again, tomorrow, semifinals are going to start at around 10 a.m. And then I think they're climbing until around 2. And then finals start at around 6:45. And you can tune in at USA Climbing or LT11.com. That was Jess Walker. So coming up next on men's B is Austin Guyman. And you guys, I didn't write down what he did on his first on a Route A. Do you guys know what he did?
Looks like he got sort of middle of the pack near the head wall.
So we had sort of high hopes for him coming in. We'll see how he does on B.
A very seasoned competitor from Colorado Springs, Austin Guyman, as we talked about earlier, is mostly known for his bouldering, but he always seems to do really well in these comps on a rope. One of the few competitors breaking into the 30s. He is 30 years old and probably, gosh, one of the best competitors for his age.
He could technically be some of these kids' dad. That's how I like to gauge things.
Technically.
Yeah, technically that'd probably be illegal.
It would be extremely illegal.
Austin making the low clip that we haven't seen too many of the competitors do there. Didn't look too stressful though.
Yeah, he had his arms straight. He figured it out.
Yeah, for a guy who boulders as hard as he does, that resting sloper is probably just a mega jug.
Right? No pinky there.
Oh, don't need it.
He just did the first ascent of a V14 somewhere in southern Colorado, I think. Saw it on Instagram last week. Pretty sick looking boulder problem. He's obviously climbing at a pretty high level.
Yeah. In his other interests in his questionnaire, he says the girlfriend, dogs, beer, and vans. Sounds like a quintessential climber.
Probably in that order.
Yeah.
And the girlfriend, by the way, is Megan Mascarenhas' sister, Alexis Mascarenhas, a very accomplished climber in her own right.
Gosh, inside scoop there.
Oh. Wow.
It looks like he might do this.
We're getting a nice look at the finish now.
Ah, close.
He just ghost pinched that last one and
Ghost pinch.
Hashtag. You have some good terms, Brian.
I'll write some of these down for later.
Can we license them from you for the finals broadcast?
Wait, what was the one your dad says?
We'll save that one.
Oh, come on. All right, Drew Ruana is coming up. He did top A. If I remember correctly, he did it pretty easily.
It'd be very surprising if he fell on this rock climb.
nothing but the shadow to watch at the moment.
It's so dramatic.
Yeah, the lighting's so moody down there.
So in February of last year, he established Smith Rock's hardest climb, the Assassin 514D.
Yeah, Drew is another one of those guys, well-rounded in this comp. I would argue he is a better outdoor climber even than he is a competitor, yet he's still just up and coming, competing. I think he has a long way to go.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
a lot of podiums to stand on.
Yeah, he's only 17 years old. He was climbing 513D at 12 years old.
That was a fast clip.
I think he's ready to go home. Get some rest for tomorrow. Pretty quick turnaround. Climbers have to be back here in less than 12 hours.
It really is, and then they have to do it twice tomorrow, potentially. I think if I trained anything for this, if I was a competitor, it would be that. It would be climbing hard 2 days in a row.
And he's going for the no pinky option on this popular rest.
The double no pinky. That is a benefit of seeing the video of somebody climbing this beforehand, because I think it'd be hard to see that hold on top of that volume he was just on.
Not stressed. He is just hiking this.
Easy peasy. Drew Ruana tops B, and he also topped A.
Wow. Not surprised, but still impressed. That was a great show by Drew Ruana.
So we have at least 5 men that finished both routes at this point. That's quite a few. You can expect semifinals to be a wee bit harder tomorrow, as it usually is.
Although it is 5 out of 69 guys. Still a low percentage.
Just 2 guys left to compete. We have Ross Fulkerson, one of the top qualifiers after the first round of routes, and Keith North is our final competitor. Ross has got to be feeling a little pressure, knowing he did so well coming into this. And if he could just equal that, he would be a no-brainer in semis.
So once again, Ross Fulkerson is from Portola Valley, California. He's 15 years old. He is 5'11", although his wingspan is 6 feet. he does this a lot, competes in sport and bouldering. In 2016, he was 7th in sport and 11th in bouldering in China.
Wow. Nice.
Just slap crimp that thing.
Another no pinky option for the rest.
I think 7 people so far have topped men's B.
It's really been pretty consistent results for the men between A and B. If you did well on A, you did well on B, and vice versa.
Well, there's a lot of pinches on both of them. Like a lot, actually. Now that I look at them.
And the route setters do try to make both routes for women and men about the same difficulty, even though there's obviously a little bit of a difference, just because they didn't want to give anybody in the running order an advantage by doing the easier or harder route first.
Definitely still some Ross Fulkerson fans in the crowd down there.
I'm a fan. Wow. I don't think I've ever seen him climb until now, and I am psyched on this guy. Oh.
So that'll do it for Ross Fulkerson's qualification round here. Pretty likely.
No doubt he's in the semis.
Yeah.
That was awesome. 3 holds from the top.
And then there was one. We have our last qualifier here at the 2017 USAC Sport and Speed National Championships. Heavy on the sport this evening.
That's right.
Sprinkle in some speed climbing tomorrow night during finals.
One competitor left is Keith North.
Strange amount of excitement in the crowd.
It's the last climber. They're freaking out because of that. Keith North is a local climber. He climbs at Rockin' and Jammin' in Denver. He's 24 years old. And he is 5'8".
Keith doing his best to imitate the shadow of USAC. Our last competitor, male B. Local, and you can tell by the crowd.
Yeah, they're loving him. Keith climbs in Rifle, he climbs in Clear Creek Canyon. Nice. I'm impressed.
Gee, this
Great
squeeze-
angle.
Squeezing hard right now.
Nailing it on the cams.
And that's going to do it for Keith North and for the qualification round here at the 2017 USAC Sport and Speed National Championships. Remember to go check out www.usaclimbing.org for final semifinals, running orders, and qualification results. As soon as those go official, should be in the next hour or so. You can check out that as well as the schedule and be back here tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. for semifinals action. We'll be back here calling all the action. You can check that out, lt11.tv or usaclimbing.org to find that out. Neely and Chris, it's been a fun qualifying round, but tomorrow's going to be the big day.
That's right. Tomorrow we decide a lot.
That's
and it's
right.
Going to be exciting.
All day, all night.
All right, for Neely Quinn and Chris Weiner, this is Brian Runnels saying good night from Denver. We will see you tomorrow.
EP poured the first handhold in 1985. Here we are 30 years later. Chances are if you climbed inside, you've climbed on an EP hold.